All right, good morning. The pardon board is called to order. Today is March 25th, 2026. The time is 9 a.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Renata,
Here.
Carolyn Davidson,
Here.
Chucky Tillis,
Here.
Steve Prater,
Here.
Pete Freeman.
Here.
Madam Chairman, got a quorum.
Thank you. So we will allow public comment on requests before any action item. And our first item under regular business is review and approval of our meeting from yesterday, March 24th, 2026. Those are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Moved by Mr. Freeman, second by Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
Any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. And so under our next item under regular business is consideration of applications for clemency and pardon. And our first case this morning is Mr. Hotard. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir, for the record? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Eric Hotard, Eric Michael Hotard. Mailing address is 109 Ridge Road Drive, West Monroe, Louisiana,
And the zip.
71292.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Hotard, I don't have a list of the guests that are here. I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves, please, and their relationship to you.
I'm Daniel Hotard on this slide.
Okay.
Nathan Thornton, he works for me and I'm his pastor.
Okay, great. And I'm assuming all your guests will want to speak on your behalf. We'll ask them if they want to do that in just a few moments.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Hotard, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis. Your case has been assigned to him this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Hotard, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 4th Judicial District, Washita Parish, in July 1997 for attempted manslaughter. You received a 20-year hard labor sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 5 years unsupervised probation, which you successfully completed in July of 2005. Does all that sound accurate?
Well, I was 20 years, they suspended 12. I served, they gave me 8. I served 4 on the 8. I did 4 years parole. And I had 5 years that were not running concurrent with the 4 years parole. And that was terminated.
Okay. So when did you get off paper altogether?
December 2006.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Tell us.
Good morning, Mr. Hotard.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing well, Mr. Tillis.
I read through your case and would you tell us something about it, please?
Sure, I have something I prepared. I was 15 years old. And I had some amazing horribles. Made bad choices, hurt somebody really bad. I'm sorry for that. I've tried to live a life that separated me from the home to be a better person. No, there's no excuse for my behavior. I completely own what I did. Completely. I'm just really, it's been a lot of years, a lot of time to think about it. I've tried my best to do the right thing day after day consistently, to be a productive member of society and community, and to the society that I formed and that I disrupted my criminal offense. It was violent. It should have never happened. And I'm sorry for committing that crime. Can I read what I?
Sure, go ahead, go ahead.
It's a little bit more very concise. I'm nervous.
Relax, relax.
So chairperson and honorable members of the Louisiana Board of Pardons, good morning. I begin by giving honor to this board and expressing my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to appear before you today, as well as express my gratitude for the privilege of appearing before this board for the third time. I recognize the weight of your responsibility to the citizens of Louisiana, and I thank you for taking the time to carefully consider my life in this application. I stand before you today to address a turning point in my life that occurred when I was just 15 years old, an event that greatly impacted me and has served as a catalyst for lifelong change. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to take full and unconditional responsibility for this crime I committed. Every day since that moment, I've carried the weight Every day since that moment, I have carried the weight of the pain I caused to Kevin Hobbs and his family. I am deeply sorry for the trauma and hurt my actions caused them, as well as the fear and disruption I brought to my school and my community. For the past 30 years, I have committed myself to becoming a better man, living each day with the intention of being law-abiding, accountable. I am seeking clemency today. I offer 4 brief points for your consideration today. First, I am not seeking justification, only forgiveness. I fully acknowledge the harm I caused and stand before you with humility and accountability. My second consideration is that I cast no blame on anyone else. I alone am responsible for the decision I made. I do not ask you to forget the crime, but to consider the totality of the man I have become. Third, I understand and respect your duty to protect the community. Today, I stand before you as someone who shares that value, a man committed to upholding the law and contributing to a safer community. Fourth, while I appear before you as DOC number 382900, I ask you to see the man beyond that number. I am no longer that 15-year-old boy, but a 45-year-old man whose life reflects consistent transformation over the past 30 years. I have maintained stable employment and have earned both a bachelor's and master's degree from Louisiana Tech University. I have been married to my wife, Danielle, for 18 years, and together we have built a stable and loving home for our children. I have attended the same church for 18 years and currently serve as an assistant pastor at Apostolic Restoration Church in West Monroe. I have also helped start and continue to support ministries such as Feed the Children, which feed our community children that come in on a van. The adult van ministry, which provide a method or mode of transportation to church from sober houses and recovery homes in our community and adults in our community. And Catalyst, which is our recovery ministry. These are not isolated accomplishments, but a pattern of consistent choices to live with integrity, to serve others, and to maintain accountable each day. I respectfully ask that my life over these past decades be considered as evidence of that transformation. In conclusion, once again, I give honor to this board and thank you for listening to my heart and my history. I stand before you today not as the 15-year-old boy I once was, but as a 45-year-old man I have become. I take no credit for that transformation. I give all glory to God, and I am thankful for His grace and mercy, which have carried me and shaped my life over these past decades. With humility and respect for your responsibility, I ask your favorable consideration for clemency today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll probably have some more questions for you in a minute, but we'd like to hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf
Yes, ma'am.
first. And first, we'd like to hear from Mrs. Hotard. Good morning.
As Eric said, I've been married for 18 years. In October, it'll be 19 years. I've had the privilege to stand before this board 3 times. Not a lot has changed other than, we're older and years have passed. And trying to think about what I said last time and what I could say this time that might be different. But, he mentioned all those things that he started, all those ministries in our church, and I'm thankful that I got to be a part of that, because it really challenged me to be better, to serve my community. But today I really want to talk to the fact of what it is to live with him every single day, and what it is to raise our children. His crime, ever since Owen was able to understand, appropriate age, he told him that he made a mistake. And this year Owen is 15 and is the same age that Eric was when he committed this crime. And so I was thinking about all this, just thinking about the difference between who Eric was at 15. He had great parents, did a good job raising him, but we've chosen a little bit of different path for our family. We have raised them in the church, and it's easy to speak about him as a father because I see him every morning get up and wake Owen up. They've been going to the church every morning to pray, and that's just one thing. But education, I'm sure you're aware that of incarcerated individuals that don't have a GED, only 1%, actually less than 1%, obtain a higher education. And as Eric mentioned, he has a bachelor's and master's. And he encouraged me to go back when we met at Louisiana Delta Community College. I was going to be done. He encouraged me to go to Tech, and I received my bachelor's. And then recently, 2 years ago, he wanted me to go back and I received my master's. And what does that have to do about our children? Because we know that education is a deciding factor of whether or not criminals repeat offenses. And so that's one small way. We know that our moral compass is the Lord and His Word, but we also are taking active steps to make sure that these mistakes are not repeated in our children. And our 11-year-old daughter, she's too young to come, but she would testify too that both my children are straight A students, and both of them are Bible quizzers, and not just this is something that they have chosen to do, and they competed on the national level and found success. And that is largely because of Eric encouraging us to go and reach our goals so that we can be better members of society and better members in our community. So he encourages us to make choices today that will lead to our goals tomorrow. And to me, that's one of his greatest accomplishments that he's achieved in the past 18 years is what our children are doing. And so I think that should be a large contributing factor in your decision today, so that our children can know that there is hope beyond mistakes, but also the weight of those mistakes and our choices. It's better to make better choices on this end of things than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on your educational achievements.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could we speak to, or would Pastor Thornton, would you speak to us next?
Hello, I'm Nathan Thornton. I've been pastor in Westwood Road for 21 years. Recently, I met Eric in 207. His brother drowned because of an addiction. And Danielle was connected to our church, they called, we someone preach a few, preach a few, that area. Would like to say that Eric was raised, and when I wasn't really, or had situations in his house that I've never had to overcome. A lot of addiction based around that, and I'm thankful that his 15-year-old boy has not seen any of that side of anything. So I met him in 07, and immediately when I met Eric, he had this unique brokenness, not the brokenness I feel sorry for me, but a brokenness that has had him on a mission, that he has learned how to heal himself, is to love others. And he works for me, he's hired on. I've got him over right at 49 full-time. Eric was my personal assistant, which was really the lowest of the 40-something employees. He has worked his way up to a second man place in our church. His ministries that he started, he was never hired to do any of those. Those were ministries outside of working at our church that he started to feed the children. Our church was in a poverty area, and this actually started this ministry before. And we feed them before service, started by Eric. Eric started our addiction program that runs over 100 Tuesday night, every Tuesday night, whether it's Christmas or what, we have it Tuesday. And he also drives a van today. He drives a van Sunday and Wednesday, picks up people out of these homes and brings them to church, not once every month, every week. He doesn't have to do that. That's not what he's hired to do. Some would say about a party, and I feel like this is important. I hope this is proper to say. I understand your responsibility and that you guys have a lot more components to this situation than just silence. But I do want you to know that Eric does not want a pardon so he can wipe away and forgive us. Eric lives his day, his life every day. Loving people, showing a responsibility for the things that he has done. He handles all of our marriage counseling in our church, all of our crisis counseling. He's committed. And to be honest, whether you give him this part or not, he's not. Because that's not part of what he does. But here's the reason I would ask. Because Eric's got some dreams that are impossible for him. One is he would like to work in our school. Our school becomes accredited in September. And for him to be able to work in our school and after that, that's going to have to be taken care of. The second thing would be we have a desire to start a nonprofit counseling session to our church. And for him to do that with children, this is going to have to be something that has to be dealt with. But with all that being said, no matter what happens, I can tell from looking at you guys, you appreciate what he's already done. And he's not had, I think he got his first ticket a couple of years ago. But he's upstanding. In fact, he went through a financial situation, and people that had a lot of influence in his life, not me, but people that had influence told him to file bankruptcy. He didn't file bankruptcy. He worked his finger to the bone and paid those people off. And get it right, because he lives his life not with a chip of you owe me something. He lives his life with knowing that the system really helped him. And that the system has really put him in a position, he's appreciative of what the system has done for him to get into. And I appreciate your time, and I know I don't have a vote. He's a great father, and he's one of the greatest men I know. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see everyone. Good morning, good morning. I have cataract surgery scheduled for tomorrow, so bear with me. I couldn't tell Eric no, that regardless of what I hear going on, so I just wanted y'all to know that in case I start stumbling, that's why I'm not singing.
You're not singing good.
Yes, indeed. For the honorable members of the New South Parole Board, good morning. I stand before you today wearing one hat. I was the officer assigned to Eric Hotard. He was born November the 8th of 1980. He committed the incident offense on April the 1st of 1996. I appear solely in that professional capacity, offering firsthand observations based on years of supervision and continual contact. Having briefly served as a member of the Committee on Parole, I am mindful of the importance of avoiding any appearance of influence. As I stated in my letter, one of his times, it was in September of 2022, Eric's license release has been stable, law-abiding, and positive. As has been stated, he's married to Danielle, and they are raising their son Owen, who turned 15 on Monday. As we have stated, the same age Eric was when he committed this. His whole life reflects responsibility, structure, and long-term commitment. What's the most relevant to me as a parole officer is not only who someone was when they committed a crime, but who they have demonstrated themselves to be over time. And most importantly, is when they get out of jail, they stay out of jail. Eric is nothing. Well, I cannot recall the exact date Eric reported to the Lower District Office of Probation and Parole, but he does. He told me that when his family picked him up from the institution, he was brought straight to probation parole office, and I was the first person he met as a free man. And from that day forward, we have remained in contact. In my experience, it is rare for individuals to voluntarily maintain contact with their parole officer once supervision ends. Eric did so consistently, not by requirement, but by choice. And Eric is also giving back to the community. I served with a team that did outreach at QUINN Detention Center, which is a youth pretrial custody facility. I called Eric to come give his testimony. He came every year and shared his testimony. He spoke candidly about accountability, consequences, and change. There was, when Eric spoke, the room was quiet. You know how teenagers are, but when Eric spoke, that the room was quiet. The church I attend, we started to celebrate recovery group in August of 2024. I called Eric again to come share his testimony. Those present, when they learned that I had once been his parole officer, several of them expressed, I don't have no contact with my parole officer. He came here and you never meet. That contrast spoke volumes. Professionally and personally, Eric's life reflects growth, commitment to giving back, and being a law-abiding citizen. As been stated, he's counsel and he's a tax-paying citizen. Eric has invited me to Apostolic Restoration Church to hear him preach, and I've been there. And when I can't make it, I listen to it on YouTube. His actions align with his words. His walk matches his talk. I wish to acknowledge Calvin Hobbs as well. He was a young man too when he got involved, when this happened to him. I expressed my sympathies and prayers with the hope that he found the care he needed to be healthy and live a full life. I stand before you grateful to have witnessed a story of accountability, change, and restoration. I take no credit for this outcome. I'm simply honored to have been able to observe it. With respect for this process and the responsibility that you all carry, I respectfully ask that your request, that you faithfully consider this request. In my professional experience, Eric represents what re-entry is really all about. He's achieved it. He's taken responsibility for his past. He's built a stable, productive, and long-lasting life. Thank you all so much for allowing me to share my heart and this opportunity I had with you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hotard. Mr. Tillis, you have any more questions?
No, I have no questions.
Mr. I don't have any questions. Mr. Pruitt?
Well, let me ask you, I need to get comfortable. You had I mean, this was a horrible act that you did, and you've admitted that, and there's no question about that. I'm not asking you to get into that, but you had a lot of trouble before that, is that correct?
Did have an incident to where I had some bullying going on at school. I don't know all the details of it. I had a friend, I can't even remember his name, gave me a gun. They found out about the gun. I didn't go back to school, ran away to Memphis. And then, whenever I came back, I went to Taylor Christian.
So I knew you were a young man, and I hate to go back, I don't want to talk about when I was 14, 15 years old, but my case is different from yours. When you were caught with that pistol, the purpose of you having that pistol was to harm another schoolmate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, I applaud you for the changes you made in your life. I want to leave it positive, but I
Yes,
did
sir.
need to make sure it wasn't just hearsay that I have read from one of the victim responses.
Yes, sir.
That's all right.
Mr. Freeman, anything?
No, ma'am.
Right, I don't see any other questions. Are we ready to vote?
Yes,
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Hotard,
Yes, sir.
take my hat off to you. I think we need more men like you.
Yes, sir.
My vote today is going to be to grant restoration of firearms, and I hope you continue the good work.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Stapleton?
I agree with Mr. Tillis. Recommendation is to grant pardon with restoration.
Mr. Prater?
I'm troubled. I don't like to talk too much about cases because it's record and all that, but I'm troubled with the fact that this fella that you hurt carries scars. So would your record be considered your scar that you have to carry? And so I'm troubled by that, but yet at some point you've made a change enough to impress everyone that has been around you. And so I appreciate that. So I think in clear conscience, I'm going to vote to grant this pardon, but without firearms.
Mr. Freeman?
I understand my colleagues' hesitations for sure, bringing the gun. But you were 15 years old. And you have done terrific since. I mean, you've definitely, I've heard people get up there before and say, oh, he's the poster boy for rehabilitation, but I feel like you are. So my vote today is going to be to grant with firearms.
Okay, and I too share the concern about the previous incident with the firearm. I do applaud all the work you've done. I listened very intently to what everybody has said today, including you. My vote would be to make the recommendation for a pardon without restoration of firearms. So you've received 5 favorable votes. So we will make a recommendation for a pardon, and the majority voted with firearm restoration. So that's the recommendation that will be made on the vote. Good luck. Here we go. Ms. McNeil, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is QUINN MCNEILL. My address is 60397 West First Lane, Louisiana, 704.
Okay, thank you. And you have with you Mr. Newman, and we'll call on you for your remarks shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Ms. McNeil, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton. Your case has been assigned to her. So you are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for offenses in St. Tammany Parish. First, we have a sentencing date, August 2014, for possession of heroin. You received a 4-year sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 4 years of active probation. Then we have in August of 22, possession with intent to distribute marijuana, 2.5 pounds or more, attempted illegal carrying of weapons while in possession of a controlled dangerous substance. You received 5 years on each count. Those run concurrently. That was suspended, and you were placed on 3 years active probation. And with earned compliance credits, that was terminated early in February of 24. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Stapleton?
Good morning, Ms. Quinn. Well, my questions are gonna be, you've got an extensive background in drugs. I'd like to hear your statement on everything right now to all of us.
Yes, I do have a background with drugs. I've struggled with addiction since I was a child. I finally found recovery. I've been sober. It'll be 6 years on May 5th, this year. And I decided to change my life around and I want to work with other people who struggle with addiction. So I'm in a counseling program at Southeastern. I graduated this December. I'm interning at Long Branch, inpatient, so I work with people who suffer. And I'm just trying to turn my past into something that can be positive for others.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, that's a good thing, and a lot of times, people who have been through a particular problem, whatever that may be, other people need to hear their testimonies, and it helps them. And it's very, wonderful that you want to go into that field and help others. So I applaud you for that. I know that you have someone else here with you today, Mr. Larry Newman. Would you like to speak on their behalf?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, I'm Larry. So the second charge, so when kids suffer with addiction, is pretty much all my doing. That was my marijuana. I messed up. I was showing forgiveness. I was in Louisiana on the National Guard, 10 years.
So Larry, you're part of the second charge,
Yes.
and talk up a little bit so we can hear you better.
So the second charge, I was the one who was into the distribution. And I accumulated the charges. The state found forgiveness. And let me say, in Louisiana, Army National Guard. From there, if they stop, change my ways, found what's important. Witnessed Quinn change her life around. And it took both of us to do the right thing. And I just felt like forgiveness for her to change her life, because without the Army giving me a second chance, I would be out dishonorable discharge, all kinds of just negative. It was a learning experience.
Was the marijuana your only drug that you've ever used?
Yes.
Okay, and so as of 2020, when y'all got arrested, you haven't used anything since then?
Okay. I went to extensive outpatient rehab, 2.5 years through St. Tammany's Veterans Tour program.
Yes.
Yeah, they helped tremendously. dig in there on the problems that I have mentally, coping with that. And I mean, it significantly helps a lot of veterans. But the second chance is definitely crucial. Some people, I see the reality of it. Luckily, I learned at an early stage. It was 100% my doing. The outcome to claim responsibility is something I need to do. It's been
Well, I'm glad you're here today for Quinn and compliment you on your service for our country. My son, he retired from the military, and part of his military service was the Louisiana National Guard. So thank you so very much. Quinn, would you like to step back up, please? Anybody have any questions?
Ms. Quinn, who is Steve, you want?
No, go ahead, Mr. Tillis.
So are you in any type of programs now to keep yourself?
Yes, I have a sponsor that I work with that I've been with since I was Friday, 2020. I'm also a member of the Collegiate Recovery Program at Southeastern, where I attend weekly meetings, and I go to Serenity in Mandeville for just my regular aid.
And you've been clean 6 years, is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Freeman?
So the first time you got a conviction, someone died, didn't they? They died in your car. But yet in 2020, you still were around drugs?
I got clean, at the time, I went to drug court and I was good for like 2 years and I got pregnant. And then after I had the baby, they became Percocet for the pain. And I kind of started with me using, not every day, it was recreationally, but I wasn't doing the right thing. I was using kind of here and there. And it kind of continued. I was like white knuckle sober, I'd be sober a little bit, and I kind of used. And I did not take it seriously until I got arrested with Larry. And I was like, I can't do any of this
So you've
anymore.
been totally clean since. Okay, thank you.
So after that arrest, did you have one more arrest for a DWI?
Yes, I got a DWI when I got it, like almost within a month of with Larry. I went deep into active addiction after I got arrested with him. And it was, I want to say after I got out of jail from the DWI, I called the attorney and he was like, you need to call the COVID hotline, you need to get help. So I called the COVID hotline and they set me up with Florida parishes where I saw an addiction doctor, I saw a psychiatrist, a counselor, and that's what started my actual recovery. So my sobriety date ended up being May. Right. My arrest was in March.
Okay, good deal. Any other questions? Hey, anything else you'd like to add?
And why do we need this pardon?
Well, I would like it so I can get my license to be a counselor. Because once I graduate, I have to go through the licensure board to get my license and felons. So that's gonna help me to build actual license to LPC.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear.
The felony, of course, I mean, I know that there was heroin involved earlier and stuff like that. So are we more concerned with the 2020 arrest or the 2014 arrest? I mean, because I see here that there was guns in the safe and stuff like that. I mean, was that?
They weren't my guns.
Right, they were your guns.
Yeah, it was his house. He mailed me to the house. He had guns. I wasn't
Involved in any of that. Okay.
Do you,
Go ahead.
do you drink now?
You ready to go?
Okay, Quinn, I'm so glad that you're doing well with your life. Um, the incident, what happened in 2014, the arrest, 2014. And then 2020, but now you're in college and and you've been clean since 2020, correct? So 6 years.
Yes, it may be 6 years.
And 6 years from the prior arrest, because that was 2014 that you had that arrest, and then we're at 2020, so,
I didn't stay clean at the time that I had
yeah.
a lot of slips and I
In
wasn't
between.
going to meetings, I'd get a sponsor. The only really thing I did towards my recovery was just complete drug court. My heart wasn't in it.
No, I understand. Well, so you're in college and I see that you're in a lot of programs to check up on yourself so that you stay clean.
Yes.
You're doing a lot of positive work in your life. So for the sake of, for possibility of you to get a license, I'm going to recommend the pardon, but not with firearms. Because I don't see any reason for that. So my recommendation today is to pardon you without firearms.
Mr. Prater,
I concur, pardon without firearms.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to deny. I can't get over the fact that someone died in 2014 and she was still around drugs in 2020. I think she needs a little longer. She's doing wonderful, but it's gotta have a cleansing period.
Mr. Tillis.
Grant without firearms.
Uh, I share Mr. Freeman's concerns about the tragedy that happened in 2014 and your poor judgment, really, to continue. But I understand addiction is a difficult disease. And I appreciate the work that you're doing now with trying to help others. And so because of the fact that it's a barrier to licensing in that regard, I agree and make the recommendation for the pardon without firearms. So you've received 4 favorable votes in that regard, and we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you.
project, is that what you're saying? If they are, they'll pop up. When the spring comes on, everyone will be up here. Oh.
Is that him? Or did you see?
Hi, pardon. Pardon board is now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center on March 25th, 2026. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce themselves?
Hey, Ward Chad Darmo, Assistant Ward Darius Critic.
Crystal Bond classification.
Thank you for hosting us this morning, and we have before us Mr. Jenkins. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the board? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Ma'am, my name is Mark Jenkins. My number is 310-009.
Sorry, that's what I have. Mr. Jenkins, you're here this morning seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish and St. Bernard Parish. Your first sentencing date, April 1992 for armed robbery. You received an 8-year DOC sentence. Then in February 1998, you received a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Mr. Jenkins, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Yeah, Mr. Jenkins, good morning.
Morning, sir.
First off, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in prison? And then why do you think you've changed enough for us to let you out today?
Sir, I mean, do you want it in detail? My crime?
Now, pretty detailed. I mean, I want to make sure that you talking about what you did. I don't want it just in broad terms.
Well, sir, well, I killed a man, sir. I took a man's life unintentionally, but I took it all the same. I tried to rob a man, and I beat him up. A fight ensued, and I panicked, and I grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter, and I stabbed him, and I ran from the house. Later, I found out that Mr. Hotard had died from his wounds.
Okay, tell me about the armed robbery of the Domino's driver. Tell me what happened there.
Back in '91, I was 17 years old. Some friends and I were out messing around, drinking, and we decided to pull a prank. We beat a Domino's delivery guy up, and we joyrided in his car. Where we got found, we were found in Miami, Florida.
Good ride. Okay, right. Were you on supervision when, were you still on for that armed robbery when you committed the murder?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you up to date on your supervision? Were you seeing your officer?
No, sir. At that time, I had done relapsed on drugs, and I was homeless. I had stopped going to my AA meetings, my parole meetings.
Okay.
I had reached rock bottom.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get back to some more basic questions. But now we're gonna hear for those that are here on your behalf. Miss Selena Latchney. Wait, first off, Warden, do you have anything to tell us?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry, Chad.
That's all right. I'd like to say he's a level 3 trustee currently. Since arriving at Elaine Hunt's, he's received 5 DV reports. He hasn't had any DV reports since 2022. He's completed heavy equipment operator. He's a mentor at Box 7, and hasn't had any disciplinary in almost 4 years.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, now we'll hear from Miss Selena Latchney, your fiance.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Latchney. Tell us what you want us to know about your fiance.
Yes, sir. I've known Mark since we were since childhood. Relevantly around, I guess, I'm about 3 years older than him. We kind of like went separate ways as in childhood. Mark had a rough childhood. He had mother was was on drugs, father was on drugs, in and out of prison, and we just went our separate ways. I knew about Mark's conviction, and around the time Mark's conviction happened, I lost a son. So I wasn't, too worried about what was going on in Mark's life at the time. Back about 5 years ago, Mark contacted me when I was desperately in need of having someone to be there for me, because I went through a real bad marriage, and it was very bad. Today, Mark is different from the man that was left the streets in 1996. I've seen his accomplishments change for the better. I come and visit him here, and I just see so many people speak so highly of him, and talk about all of the good things that he has done since he's been at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. And I've seen the change in him personally. He has a personal relationship with my children. He has a personal relationship with my grandchildren. And our relationship is very, very good. Today I just ask that y'all look at his case, look at his records, and see the good that he has done since he's been here, and see if y'all can have it in y'all hearts to give him the second chance that he has earned.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Okay, now we hear from Mr. Kerry Myers at the Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project, here to let the board know we are in support of Mr. Jenkins' recommendation for clemency. Mark's whole life, if looking at his package, you can see that has been shaped by trauma. As a child with addicted parents growing up, he had literally no role models to teach him, to lead him. And he certainly struggled most of his life. He has spent a significant portion of his life in incarceration and even struggled through his early days of incarceration. But he's not just sat idle. He's earned his GED. He is a heavy equipment operator. Which makes him very much employable. He's been a facilitator of Celebrate Recovery, not only address his addictions, but helping other people address their addictions. Parole Project is prepared to support Mr. Jenkins should this board give him a recommendation and should the governor sign it and he become parole eligible. Obviously, there is multiple steps in this process, but should this board give him a favorable recommendation today and it gets signed, he becomes parole eligible. He would then obviously have to come before a board again for review, but Parole Project understands that after 30 years of incarceration, Mr. Jenkins, the services that Parole Project provides would be critical to Mr. Jenkins' success. We provide him transitional housing. We provide him evaluations through our social workers to ensure that he stays on track with his recovery and his sobriety. We'll help him with his financial planning, to understand technology, social norms, and he'll have a coach, he'll have a mentor to guide him through all this process. So we just want the board to know that we are here to support Mr. Jenkins. We understand the path that Mr. Jenkins has been on in his entire life, not unlike many of our clients who have been successful since their release. So we just ask this board to consider these factors and recommend his clemency today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Myers. All right, now we're going to go to the opposition, Mr. Edward McGowan, DA.
Thanks to the board and good morning. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity. My name is Edward McGowan on behalf of the Lynch Parish District Attorney's Office, speaking in opposition to this application. I think this application presents some of the obvious causes for concern that we can all see from the record. This was a first-degree murder committed while he was on parole for another violent, brutal crime where he robbed and severely beat a man. You'll hear more about that later. The time spent on this most recent conviction for first-degree murder is about 30 years, which again is about a decade shy of the maximum for manslaughter conviction. And again, this is a first-degree murder conviction. And so the time spent is again falls very short of the full term for a manslaughter conviction. And his disciplinary record while incarcerated is significant. Right? He has cleaned it up in the last few years, but that is a fairly new pattern. The more substantial pattern across the first 26, 27 years of incarceration has been one complaint, one infraction after another. But all of that is more or less patent on the file that y'all reviewed. What concerned me when I reviewed it was that the file indicated that the NOPD file, the full investigation file, had not been provided to the board, only the arrest warrant. And that was the only facts y'all had to go on other than the statements of the defendant itself. I wanted to point out to y'all that I could not get the DA's file from closed files so quickly. But the reported Fourth Circuit opinion in this case, affirming his conviction, provides a much more detailed account of what happened the night of the murder that Ms. Jenkins committed. And it highlights the intentionality and the brutality of this crime. First thing to note, and again, we know that because in addition to highlighting in the course of the trial and the record that was perfected at the Fourth Circuit with the Supreme Court denying writs later, we know about the investigative steps that were taken, and we know what the defendant's statement was at that time by his own account. First, this was a targeted and intentional attack. The defendant, by his own admission, encountered the victim in the French Quarter and then decided to accompany him home under the ruse of some acquaintanceship. That house, they did not go around the corner. That the house for the decedent victim was well over a mile away, at least, depending on where you are from the French Quarter. It's past the Claiborne overpass. And so I'm out this morning from the nearest corner of the French Quarter, and that still is over a mile away. That's either a really long walk where you got to go find your car and go around and get over there. This was a cold and calculated targeting of an individual, an easy mark that he intended to do harm to. The second thing is in the defendant's own words. He just said this was an unintentional killing. But the defendant provided a statement in the course of the law enforcement investigation that gave a very detailed account of how they went back together to this house, how they both undressed and got into the bed together. I'm not going to go through all the details, but this was at some point, he disengaged from what was otherwise, what was going on in terms of the bedroom and being in there. He took a knife from the victim, stabbed him. When that knife broke, stabbed him with a bigger knife that he had in the kitchen. And this was a brutal attack. Not only were there at least 4 stab wounds, deep stab wounds, and multiple other cuts and lacerations all over the man's body, the abdomen, the head, the back of the head, the face. He was beaten so severely, the medical examiner surmised possibly having his face smashed into a hard object like a counter on the floor, that his airways would have filled up with blood. He drowned in his own blood. He would not have been able to cry out for help. This is not an unintentional killing. This was a brutal attack that was intentional and targeted. And again, the brutality is remarkable. Some other things from that statement that are interesting, that even then, the defendant was mitigating and minimizing his culpability there. He stated that, among other things, he had apparently had to break out of the house that was locked from the inside. The detectives found no evidence of that. And that, I think, also is a bit of minimization from way back when. And he also claimed that the defendant was yelling at him as he left. Again, that is contradicted by the medical examiner's testimony. This man was bleeding from within, and his sinuses and airways were filling up with his own blood before he died. Highly unlikely. So we have, in addition to the reasons and the causes for concern that are evident from the record, are the defendant's statement here being a study in minimization and deflection for the gravity and the brutality, intentionality of this attack. I believe strongly that this mitigates against the clumsy application that has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming.
Sir.
Miss Gina Holland, St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lieutenant Gina Holland. I'm with St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office. I was the case detective back in 1991, I believe, when I arrested Mr. Jenkins for his, what he called a prank on the pizza man. Well, the pizza man was working after hours, delivering pizza, trying to make ends meet because he had a 2-year-old. So he was trying to make extra money. So the prank pulled off by Mark Jenkins and his friends turned into lifelong misery for the Travis family. This man, he was beaten in the head. He's never been the same. It has affected his wife. It has affected their child. So this didn't just prank the pizza man and move on. After he pranked the pizza man, he stole his car, drove to Florida, as he said. And when he pulled over to the side of the road for some kind of car issue, I believe they ran out of gas, a good Samaritan stopped to help him, and he hit him in the head with a tire iron. So this second chance to me does not add up. We're like on maybe the fourth chance. And although Mr. Jenkins probably truly believes that he could be different if he were to be released, when he was released the last time, it didn't take him very long to kill the man in the French Quarter. So I struggle to believe that as a law enforcement officer that although he probably believes he can be different, I struggle to believe that. So I think it's pretty obvious when he served at the time on the case that I worked, the armed robbery of the pizza man and the vehicle theft and the attempted murder. He served, I believe, 8 years and then he got out and committed further crimes. So given his violent history and in the interest of public safety, considering whether or not he bring Mr. Jenkins, please consider that he's potentially a danger to society.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all.
Also appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to discuss some confidential matters, so I'll move for an executive session.
Could you call the roll, please?
Vanessa,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Babbington,
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
So we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. It's 10:11.
Well, they
We have a motion and second to return to regular session. Without objection, we are back in regular session. It's 10:31. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, what kind of classes have you taken since you've been there? Did you take victim awareness? Please unmute. Okay, you can hear us now, Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Okay.
I've taken every class, EHCC has to offer. Not only have I taken them, but I've taken it upon myself to also facilitate and lead several of those classes. Sir, I feel like I've missed an opportunity to say something. See, I came in here today, first and foremost, to hold myself accountable for my actions. My action first and foremost of taking a man's life, taking Mr. Hotard's life, for hurting people like Mr. Travis, for hurting people like their families, because the implications are far-reaching, sir.
Yes, sir. You're right.
In
But I want-
AANA, there are 12 principles, 12 steps, if you will, that an addict like myself must live by, must apply daily to his life to maintain his sobriety, sir.
Yes,
And
sir.
step 8 is made a list of all people we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. Step 9 is made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so because injuries to them or others. So I'd like to apply step 9 today,
Okay.
if I may.
Okay,
To Mr. Prevett Hotard.
no, to us now. You gotta talk to us.
Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you personally. From what I've learned over the years, you were a good man with struggles of your own. You were reaching out for companionship, I suppose. And that quest was met with violence because of an angry young man. And I am so sorry for what happened to you, for the things I did. I'm so sorry that you lost your life. To Mr. Randy Travis, sir, I was a delinquent young man on drugs, blowing wherever the wind took me. And I'm so sorry for what happened to you. To the families of these victims, I'm so sorry. I can understand that you still feel the rawness of your pain even now today, 30 years after the fact. I understand it because I carry it myself. I carry it myself knowing that it was me, by my actions, you lost something precious to you, and I'm so sorry for that. But know this, I am not that man. That man was a man in pain. That man was a man in anger. That man was someone under the influence of drugs, homelessness, confused, immature. That's not the man who sits before you here today. This man here has dedicated his life saving lives, to turning lives around, so helping other people overcome addiction. That's who I am today. And I thank you for an opportunity to speak with you.
Okay, all right, let's see. Okay, I see that you're a hospice volunteer. That's good. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
And also I'd like to note that the DA is strongly opposed. They still feel that you're a danger to society. That was listed in the investigation and also stated here. What all the contraband charges? You have 196 write-ups. And
Yes,
a
sir.
ton of them are for contraband. Was that drugs, cell phones? What was it?
No, sir. when I came to prison, I didn't have anyone with me. In other words, I didn't have the support of family or friends. And I had one heck of a habit, a $50 a day heroin habit. And so I had to come up with a hustle, a way to make money to support my habit. And so I began sticking tattoos. And most of them contrabands are for tattoo paraphernalia.
Okay, so if it was for tattoo paraphernalia, that means that you were still doing drugs in prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all the way up till 2008, 2010, 2014, 17. So it looks like you ain't quit using drugs in prison until 8/3/22. That was your last contraband charge.
No, ma'am. No, sir. I quit using drugs in 2017 and I relapsed in 2022.
Yeah.
Several months.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Jenkins, I think that concludes our interview. We're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to deny. Way too many disciplinary write-ups. I need to see a much longer period of time without him using or relapsing, and due to the heinous nature of the crime and the effect it had on the people, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny, and I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I agree with Mr. Freeman and the heinous nature of both crimes. We had an armed robbery where a person, you nearly beat him up with a 2x4, and then of course you killed the other man. So you had two victims.
Mr. Prater?
I concur to deny, but I want to tell you, I think that I took to heart your meaningful victim statements, what you said about accountability, and I took that to heart. And I believe you are sincerely apologetic for any harm that you caused, but that still doesn't undo it. And so my vote is to deny.
And Mr. Jenkins, I do agree. I'm concerned about your conduct record. I do appreciate that you seem to have turned the corner in that regard. Since 2022, we've heard very strong opposition here today from law enforcement and the DA's office. So today, my vote is to deny your application. So the vote is unanimous, sir. Your application's been denied.
Thank you very much.
And you can step around to the other
I'm sorry, am I supposed to be talking now?
Yeah, I'm saying I already know, but I'm saying maybe she can text him, see what's going on. Yeah, he already know. We already know he's supposed to be speaking that time.
Okay, am I supposed to be talking now? No?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, please mute your microphone until we address you.
Somebody he texting me. I thought he had told him already.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is now at Dixon Correctional Institute. Today is March 25th, 2026, and the time is 10:45 a.m. We had just a little glitch there for a moment. The warden was here at a meeting at headquarters, so we were waiting on him to walk over from his meeting. He has arrived, and we'll go ahead and get started. So we have before us Mr. Travis. Good morning. Are y'all still on mute? Here we go. Mr. Travis, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
ALVIN TRAVIS, 40037.
Sir, and you have counsel with you today. Counsels, would you introduce yourself?
Good morning, board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney with the LSU Law Parole and Reentry Clinic. I have with me a second-year student, Misty Luno, who is prepared to make a statement when the board deems appropriate.
And we'll introduce the folks who are here as we move along. But first, I'll read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Travis, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Prater. Your case has been assigned to him. So, Mr. Travis, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, July of 1998. You are serving a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater?
Good morning, Mr. Travis. Are you doing okay today?
A little nervous, but I'm okay, Mr. Prater. How you doing?
Okay, well, we're easy to talk to. I know it might not seem that way, but just relax and tell us. And there's a process that we go through on these, and I happen to be the one that is going to be starting the conversation with you, but we'll all get a chance to ask questions later on. But first, we're going to ask you and give you a few minutes to tell us exactly what you did, why you did it, and any kind of circumstances around the crime itself that you think that would be pertinent to today's hearing. And then we're going to ask you, or you're going to tell us what you've done since you've been incarcerated to show us that you've been rehabilitated. And then we're going to ask Warden Dusty Bickham, who we're fortunate to have him here. He's going to address us, and we're going to ask him what kind of fellow you've been while you've been incarcerated. And then we'll go to folks that are going to speak on your behalf. And then we'll wrap it up by letting Misty Lanou wrap things up for the support, if that suits everyone okay. All right, good. Well, Mr. Travis, would you go ahead and get started and make your case for us? Tell us what's on your mind.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Well, on the night of June 11th, 1997, I, Alvin Travis, I was working at Casino Rouge, casino, and me and some of my fellow coworkers, we went to Club Rags on an off night, which was a Tuesday night. And while at Club Rags, me and some of my fellow coworkers, we was out drinking, just having a good time on off nights. And this particular night, it was only my third time going to Club Rags, and I got into a confrontation with a security officer. He said that I blew cigarette smoke in his face. I never smoked cigarettes, and that conversation led him to another altercation where he jumped on me and knocked me out, and I was made to leave the club. So when I left the club, I went to the vehicle that I had came with, and the owner of the vehicle had locked his keys inside the truck. And so one of our fellow coworkers had taken him home to get his spare keys. And so when he returned back, one of my other coworkers, he knew the owner of the club, and the owner of the club invited us back inside the club. And he apologized to me for the actions of the security officer. And so the club was closing up. So when the club was closing up, the security officer came at me again. And so when I got outside, the owner of the truck had came, and he had got the keys to the truck, so he had moved the truck from his previous spot. And so when I found the spot, I went to the truck, and inside the truck, I had a gun that belongs to me. And so I placed the gun on me, and I got out the truck, and I went looking for one of the female that I was with that night. I went looking for her. So on my way looking for her, the security officer saw me again, and he came, charging at me again, and I realized that I had the gun on me, and so I took a few steps back and I fired the gun. And so upon firing the gun, I ran, and I ran to another friend's house that night. And so, I was a young man that was confused, that was drinking, just doing the things that I feel though like, a young kid should do. But that night, I made a horrible decision. I made a stupid decision. And upon that decision, Mr. Aaron Armstrong lost his life. And it's a moment that I truly and deeply regret ever happening. I'm truly sorry for all the pain that I caused Mr. Armstrong and his family. And after that night, I called my brother-in-law and I told him to come get me. He came and got me. And when I returned to St. Helena Parish, Greensburg, where I'm from, I had two brothers at that time that was working for the police department at that time. And they came and they told the family and myself that East Baton Rouge had faxed a warrant for my arrest for first-degree murder. And so I turned myself in. That day. And so after that, later that night, East Baton Rouge came and got me, and I was transferred to East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. But since then, I've grown into a man who has accomplished a lot since I've been incarcerated. I've obtained a social ambassador degree in Christian ministry from New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. I've taken pretty much every class the Department of Correction has to offer. And not only have I taken those classes, but I've also facilitated those classes. And currently now here at DCI, I'm a peer minister here, where I assist the chaplains department with ministry here. And also I work for the mental health department. And upon working for the mental health department, my station is housed in the infirmary here. So down in the infirmary, I'm part of I'm part of hospice care, where I clean, I bathe, I care for patients who can't take care of themselves. And being a part of the ministry here, I conduct funerals, so I'm here before this board today to, just let the board know that I'm truly sorry for the action that I took back in 1997, which caused the life of a promising future, a promising young man, Mr. Aaron Armstrong. And I'm truly, truly sorry for all the pain and hurt that I caused upon his family.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Travis. Well spoken. Well spoken. And we'll have a chance to talk to you later on. Right now, I'd like to hear from the Honorable Warden Dusty Bickham, who is here with us to talk about what kind of fellow you've been since he's known you, since you've been incarcerated.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
This is different being live.
Yeah.
Good morning, board. Thank y'all for having me here. Normally I sit beside guys, but I had a meeting down here today, so I had to slip over and do it in person. So it's a little bit different doing it like this. It's interesting calling Alvin Travis, we're talking about today. We know him as College Boy, so that's kind of what our nickname, to know his name is Alvin. But tell you a little bit about how I know Alvin. For some time at DCI, they had people kept coming to him and say, you need to know college, you need to know College Boy, you need to be a College Boy. He really helps out a lot with our mentoring and helping out through here. So, okay, let me find out who college is. So we had a boxing match on Thursday night. First time I ever had a conversation with him. I said, look, I hear your mentor, would you like to come to the boxing match as part of it? And he said, I can't. I'm a little taken aback at first. I was like, what you mean you can't? He said, Thursday nights are the nights I minister to my family. I said, what? So he said he's had a pattern for years that every Thursday night he calls home and does ministering to his family. So that took me aback, to take that. So that led me to get to know him a little bit better and invite him into, we have some groups that I have, faith-based groups that we have that kind of trying to start fresh, we call them disciples, and trying to build things through DCI. He's been a great part of that. Humble, I tell you, he's very humble, and I've never seen him get angry. Things don't go quite what you want, recently a call out, he was supposed to go to Angola for a soccer match. They said he wasn't on the call out, he just stuck his head and went on back down. So why do you have him reach out to me? He said, well, I'm doing what they tell me to do. He's very humble. Infirmary, works in the infirmary and has a hospice care. There's a fellow had dementia real bad who just cussed everybody out. I ain't gonna lie to you, except for college Alvin. He said, "You're my friend." He said, "You're my friend," and that's about the only person he knew was him. It was just very. When he passed away, I could see the hurt in Alvin's face and life. So he mentors you. He brought several people to Christ that I know personally. He has brought them to Christ and shown them how to do that. So he's one that has done well. Not speaking anything about the crime is terrible as far as within the prison. He's been an amazing guy.
Thank you, Ward. Appreciate that heartfelt comments. And all right. Mr. Travis, there's a couple folks that are, I assume they're there. Well, they may be on Zoom. But Desmond Griggs, your son, wants to speak and he's on Zoom. Mr. Griggs, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Before I start, I want to say if my voice sounds a little scratchy, I have allergies. I'm allergic to pollen and dust, so every time I walk outside, it's a living nightmare. So bear with me.
Sorry.
But first and foremost, to the board, good morning. To my family, I see you guys in the background. Good morning to y'all as well. A key thing that I hear year after year about my father is his faith and his love for God. And if I could, I just want to give a moment to you because you've strengthened mine as well. I had this conversation the other day when I first saw you incarcerated. I saw the pain in your eyes. I felt the rage. I felt the anger. And my grandmother, God rest her soul, she told me, and I remember this, I was 3 years old at the time. She told me, she said, one mistake doesn't define a man's future or a man's outcome. And I took that and it stuck with me for life because I saw that in you. And as a child, I know it might sound weird to tell my parents this, but I'm proud of you because I saw the growth over the years. You have me read my Bible more. You have me fasting for 12 hours every Thursday. I didn't start that until you brought that to me.
Mr.
To the
Griggs?
board, sir.
Let me interrupt you just a second. I know those are good comments and I enjoy hearing them, but it's our policy that you need to speak to the board.
I'm sorry. I just had
Okay.
to get that out.
You didn't know and I didn't tell you.
Yes, I'm
So we
sorry.
already
My
heard it.
apologies.
But anyway, if you would just tell the board, and he is listening, so he'll hear. So
okay.
You would just talk to us about why you think he's deserving to get this pardon.
Okay. I feel as though he deserves his pardon because he's not the same man that he was when he first arrived. And I know it's not our job to cast any judgment on any other human being because I know God has the final say so. But I know for a fact that this is a totally different person. There were plenty of incidents where, or situations where he could have given up. Because I know I would have in that situation, but he made it his mission to instill in me to become a better person and to be a better person. As a parent now, I understand it. I didn't at the time because for a while, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, to the board, younger me, I don't want to use the word hate, but I had a strong dislike for my father because I just felt like I needed him. But when I got old enough to understand the words that he wrote in his letters, the conversation that we had during our visitations, I understood the magnitude in which he was trying to make sure I was the best that I could be. As far as the compliments that he's had over the years, like you said, he's in the ministry, he helps out with mental health. There's a lot coming from a person who not necessarily knows how to deal with it on their own. So there's applauding within itself because like I said, I know it's hard, I know it's been hard, but for him to continue to help or want to help other people, that says a lot.
Okay, thank you. That good words. Good words. I know he's proud of you as a son. And okay, we'll move on to a teacher, Miss Cynthia Ann Trappy. Miss Trappy?
Okay, it's my name is Ann Trappe, and I thank you for letting me speak for Alvin. I was Alvin's 7th and 8th grade social studies teacher way back in the 80s. I'm actually sitting in front of a school right now in Ponchatoula, waiting to go in and help some teachers. But anyway, I taught the last 6 of the 17 Travis children. And Alvin was number 16 of the 17 children. And anyway, as a teacher, and this is my 47th year of teaching, and over all of these years in the classroom, I've had the opportunity to teach thousands of children. And, that's one of the blessings of being a teacher is you get to know so many students and you get to love students, and some more than others. And so anyway, Alvin just had a way of grabbing this teacher's heart. And so we kept in touch, and he did like, let me know what was going on in high school. And he had another favorite teacher who was Miss Stringer, who taught him English at Greensburg High School. And so he kept in touch with us. And then we were so proud of him when he got the scholarship to go to Livingston University in Alabama to play basketball. And then, he just had such promise, and he was so intelligent. And I even helped him to get a job one summer, and I think it was between his freshman and sophomore year. He was a page in the Louisiana State legislature. And just so much promise. And then the horrible tragedy happened. And I was actually teaching summer school at Kentwood High, and I got the phone call saying that, telling me what had happened. And so anyway, I have been writing to Alvin for the last 29 years. And we write every month. And I've seen over this whole long time, I've seen tremendous growth in him. He's actually been one of my strongest prayer warriors. He's a great encourager. Every letter is just so full of encouragement and about the Lord. And he's really been a therapist for me. He knows everything that's happening in my life. That's, I let him know and say, Alvin, please pray, and please get the men there to pray. And so I'm just so proud of, he's continued his education. He's taken everything. I saw his binder that had all of the different certificates that he had and how he's helped. But, one of the greatest things, and I won't take too long, I promise, is when I found out that he was working in the infirmary with the hospice prisoners and the hospice men. And, just think about that and how a heart has really had to have been touched by Jesus, because my mother's in the nursing home in Greensburg, and I see what those ladies do. They have to feed her, they change her diapers, they bathe her, and they love her, and they take care of her. And so I can see Alvin, like, I just think about what Jesus said when the people came to him and they said, when did we see you? And he said, well, when you did it for the least of these. And I really believe that's what Alvin is doing by taking care of these sick people. And, I can just see, if he is given parole, I can see him going to the different schools and talking to the students and telling them about choices and how they can affect two families that have been really basically destroyed because of a choice. And so I thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you very much, and very meaningful comments. Thank you. Okay, we'll wrap it up with Miss Lanou.
Good morning. My name is Misty Lanou, and I'm a second-year law student at the LSU Law Center, participating in the parole and reentry clinic. I'm here today with my supervisor, Professor Adrian Hutchinson, respectfully asking this board's permission to make a statement on behalf of Mr. Alvin Travis. I would like to start off by saying that nothing said here today is intended to diminish the profound loss of unborn family that suffered for the past 28 years. By requesting clemency, we are not asking this board to erase what has happened. We are asking you to look at the person who Mr. Travis is today and the hard work he has done over the past 28 years to rehabilitate himself. When Mr. Travis was sentenced to life without parole and sent to Angola, he was only 24 years old. He had never been in trouble before. Early on in Angola, Mr. Travis made a decision to not allow his life to go to waste. He committed himself to growth, rehabilitation, and change. He enrolled in all the programming and education he could, and by 2007, he had earned his associate's and his bachelor's degree in Christian ministry. He did this without any expectation of being released or receiving clemency. He did this to become a better man. Over the past 28 years, he has completed numerous rehabilitative programs, including AA and NA, Thinking for a Change, Anger Management, and Cage Rage. Today, he not only participates in these programs, he also facilitates many of them. One of the many programs Mr. Travis got a lot out of was Cage Rage. This program was particularly impactful for Mr. Travis, who had a lot of unidentified anger in his heart for his father, who was absent in his life. The class required him to examine how suppressed frustration, pride, and emotional reactivity shaped his past behavior. Cage Rage also provided Mr. Travis with practical tools to recognize early warning signs of emotional escalation. He learned how unmanaged anger can distort thinking and lead to impulsive, high-risk behavior. Instead of responding by retrieving a weapon, Mr. Travis is now armed with knowledge on de-escalation techniques and communication skills. All of these programs have played an important role in shaping the person who stands before this board today. For the past 3 years, Mr. Travis has worked at the infirmary at Dixon. Mr. Travis was unable to be there for his mother when she lost her battle with cancer, but he is able to be here for the men at Dixon. Mr. Louis McCullough was part of the Veterans Incarcerated program. Mr. Travis helped bathe, feed, and clothe Mr. McCullough on a daily basis. When the nurses couldn't get Mr. McCullough to take his medicine, they knew to look for Mr. Travis. When Mr. McCullough lost his battle with dementia, the Veterans Incarcerated Club honored Mr. Travis with a certificate recognizing his dignity and kindness that he showed towards their friend and a fellow veteran. It's one of Mr. Travis's most prized certificates. Mr. Travis is now 52 years old, a first-time offender, and classified as a low risk with a low Tiger score. Research consistently shows that individuals in this category, especially those over 50 and who have obtained a bachelor's degree, have extremely low rates of recidivism. If granted clemency, Mr. Travis has a strong and stable reentry plan. He has a large supportive family, many of them are here today, to help hold him accountable and to help see him succeed. He also has a structured plan to build the Louisiana Parole Project and will be assigned a reentry specialist. The Parole Project will provide supervision and continued support to help transition Mr. Travis back into society. Mr. Travis is prepared to work, contribute, and to live a law-abiding life. We are not asking this board to forget what happened on the night of June 11, 1997, but we are asking for this board to have mercy and give Mr. Travis a second chance based on his last 28 years of hard work and rehabilitation. We are asking this board to please grant commutation of sentence with parole eligibility at a time the board deems appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And also the Parole Project, Carrie Myers is here. Carrie, would you, we don't normally well, I believe you can be the third one. So it's you're the speaker. I was gonna ask you to be brief, but you usually are anyway. So thank you.
Good morning. Hate that. I would love to add to what was said, but I think it would just be redundant. One thing I would like to say is obviously Parole Project is accepted. And we're prepared to support his reentry with the full complement of our resources. But from a personal note, I would like to say that I think true remorse, true accountability is recognized when someone realizes harm that they've done and then turns that into service. I think Mr. Travis's record in service to others speaks volumes about his accountability. And so we just ask this board to grant his commutation today.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate that. All right, now's the time that the board has a chance to ask questions. And I'll begin that question. And Mr. Travis, I feel like I know you from just the things I've heard from you and your beginning statement, which checked all the boxes for me that I needed to hear. And then you add that to your record that we've read extensively since you've been incarcerated, and even your record before you were incarcerated. And so I don't have any questions. I'll turn it over to Madam Chairman.
Yeah, I got one. How old were you at the time of the incident?
I was 24, sir.
Before.
Any other questions?
And I just wanted to know, how many times did you shoot the gun into the crowd?
11.
Huh?
11.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, we do have opposition in the record. I'm sure you know that the law enforcement and district attorney opposition has been expressed. I don't see any other questions, so I believe we're ready to vote. Mr. Craig?
Okay, my vote would be that we commute your sentence to 40 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Freeman?
I also vote to commute his sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant 28 years with the immediate parole eligibility.
Ms. Stapleton?
Mine is to parole, to commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
All right, well, you got favorable recommendations, and my vote also is to commute, but we need a simple majority to make it work today. So my vote today is going to be to make the recommendation for commutation to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. And my vote is based on the work that you've done. You've really put in the work to change and to rehabilitate, and I'm very impressed with the work that you've done to help others. So we will make a favorable recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can get on that after that.
That had you sweat.
All right, we are now, the pardon board is now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Good morning. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Ashley Olivo.
Reginald Ladborough, classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records.
All right, thanks for accommodating us. And sorry for our delay. I know we had a little confusion there before, but we're back on track. And we have Mr. Would you introduce yourself? I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Jared.
Yes, ma'am. Jared Langlow,
What's your DOC number?
376336.
And you have counsel with you today. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Cameron.
All right, and let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Langlow. I still didn't get it right. I'm gonna say Jared. And then I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Prater. Your case has been assigned to him. So you are here today, seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in 50th Judicial District, that's Acadia Parish, in December 1996, to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you, Mr. Prater.
All right, Mr. Langlow. That's as best I can do. So I hope you're having a good day today, and I know you're nervous, but try to get over that. Just act like we just a few people you met on the street and just talking to. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to talk to you a little bit. I want to hear from you as far as the crime that was committed, the circumstances. I don't need every detail naturally, but I want to hear the circumstances and how you feel about it, how you feel about what you did, and what you've done since you've been incarcerated to prove to us as a board that you're no risk and that you are rehabilitated. And then we're going to hear from the deputy warden that's there and see what kind of fellow you've been since you've been incarcerated. Then we'll hear from some folks that want to speak on your behalf, some folks that are speaking against this effort, and then the board will ask you questions. So it's a pretty simple process. So try not to be nervous. But right now you get to open this up and tell us what you did, why you did it, and what you've done since then.
Okay, thank you, sir. I want to start off by telling the board, thank you for having me here today and hearing what I have to say. In January of 1996, I shot and killed Chad Doucette. That was the worst mistake of my life. That was the worst day of Chad's life and the worst day of Chad's family and loved ones' lives. And it never should have happened. I was 18 years old and making bad decisions in my life, following bad paths, associating myself with a lot of bad people, and it's something that it never should have happened. When I reflect now and look back at who I was then, the truth is I see a stupid young man making a stupid choice one after another. The night of the crime, I was at home. There was a wedding reception a few blocks from where I lived, and I actually didn't know about the reception. A friend of mine who went with someone that was invited, eventually he left and came to my house. And it's pretty common in our area where, they have a lot of wedding receptions and people that are invited sometimes bring other people that's not invited. His name was Mark. He eventually came to my house. I took off work that day. I've been smoking marijuana all day, just kind of relaxing. I had been drinking, and he asked me to come and just basically the party, celebrate, just to come along with them. Eventually, I went with him. After we got there, that same friend, there was a group of guys that was outside. All of them went in the building but one, and my friend Mark started trouble with this guy, Carl. So we kind of talked Mark down. He left the guy alone. A few minutes later, the guy comes back with Chad and a few other people, and they confronted Mark. Nothing came of it. It was kind of just a verbal dispute. Everybody dispersed after that, and we left. Myself, Mark, and two other people. We rode around town for a little while. The guys we were with, they had a curfew. Mark's ride, the girl he rode with was still at the reception. So I told them to bring me home, drop me off. Mark asked them to drop him back off to the reception. And when we got to the reception, we were on the street, and one of the guys that was in our group earlier that night, Brock, apparently he was in the parking lot and was still starting trouble. And I seen a big crowd of people come outside, and we were still parked in the street. Mark jumped out the vehicle and ran in the parking lot. I told the guys to wait. I was gonna go get Mark to make sure nothing happened to him. I walked maybe a few yards into the parking lot and I didn't see him. So it was a lot of people. Looking back now, I think that at that time, I probably thought that the situation was worse than what it was. Looking back now, there's more of a lot of arguing or maybe just loud noise and commotion. So I started to leave. And that's when my friend Brock Corville started screaming for me to come help because a couple of guys were chasing him. What I did, where I messed up, I turned around and went back and I kind of yelled to try to, I guess, just get their attention off him so he'd get away. And Chad was with them. They came in my direction. I pulled the gun out, and looking at it now, I think that Chad probably was trying to defend his friends because when they kept coming, I shot Chad the first time. And from the time Brock Corville called my name until I fired the first shot was probably maybe 6 or 7 seconds. That it happened so fast. And I think Chad didn't realize what happened. It was like he looked like he started to come forward again. And I shot 2 more times and I just ran. I never should have had a gun in the first place. If I never would have had a gun in my life, Chad would still be alive today. And I regret every single decision I've ever made in my life that led me to that moment with Chad. Chad did not deserve what happened to him. He did not deserve to die. He did not make any mistakes that night. He didn't do anything that deserved that. And part of the problem, I wasn't thinking back then. I was acting. I allowed all the toxic influences in my life, and I never should have had a gun in the first place. At that time in my life, the decisions I was making, the choices I was making, I thought I knew everything. And the truth is I was wrong about everything. I was wrong in everything I believed in, everything I stood for, the people I followed, the people I put my trust into. I was wrong about everything. And I regret more than anything the fact that my mistakes cost Chad his life. And I came to prison. I will be the first person to tell you that I come to prison with the same mindset. I was still young. I came to prison thinking I needed to be tougher. I needed to not be weak in front of people. And the truth is, I was. The truth is, I wasn't strong, because if I would have been, I would have been doing the things that I was supposed to do, and Chad would still be alive today. Eventually, wardens and administration in the prison have known me over the years, and it took me a long time in prison to start to change my life. Getting in and out of trouble, but a lot of the wardens that I've known believing in me and knowing in me, giving me chance after chance and opportunity. Eventually, I started to work on myself, building myself. I earned my ASC Master Certification in Collision Repair when they started the reentry program here in Angola. The guys made me a part of it. I started working on automotive certifications, just taking any and every education and class that I could to try to build myself up. One day I was in victims awareness. They were giving us opportunity to take these classes. And the truth is, I remember a guy said a phrase I never heard before. He said, called victim blaming. And as soon as he said it, I raised my hand and I said, that's me. And I had never thought about it till I heard him say it. And he said, what you mean? I told him, I said, well, for the longest time, I wanted to blame Chad. I wanted to blame Chad, thinking that maybe he caused the situation. I wanted to blame my friends. I wanted to point the finger at everybody except the one person who was solely responsible, and that was me. All of it was my fault. Right now, I'm currently enrolled in Upper Iowa University, working on a Bachelor of Science. I'm taking all of the different classes and trying to structure my life and based on thinking that I didn't have back then. Back then, all I thought about was myself. I was selfish, irresponsible. And if you would have asked me at 18 years old, I knew what I was doing, I would have told you, yeah. If anybody that told me otherwise, I would have thought either I couldn't relate, they didn't know what I was going through, I wouldn't have understood. When I look back now, I was completely wrong about everything. And I want to say this with the utmost respect, so I have this opportunity for Chad's life. I dishonored Chad in the most extreme way possible. And I know that I could never make up for that. So I ask myself all the time, what's the best possible thing that I can do to honor his life? And like I've been a mentor for the last 14, 15 years in a reentry program. I've been a lead mentor in a collision repair program. And I take everything that I learn, and I have guys that I mentor that come into the program that are short term, a year or two, and they're going home. And I take and not just help them earn an employable skill that can help change their life, but I believe the best way I can honor Chad is using my life as an example in the sense that I take and everything that I've been through, my mistakes, the choices I was making, the people I was following, the things that I was doing, I take that and use that as an example to them of exactly what they don't want their life to be like. And because each one of them, if they haven't already reached that place in their life, they have the potential to be that same stupid 18-year-old that I was, and the hopes that they may change the course of their life and possibly not have any future victims and cause the damage and the destruction that I have on Chad's family and in Chad's life. You know, they talk about change. Everybody talks about change, and I guess everybody has, it looks like something different to everybody. I constantly ask myself how I know I'm not still that same stupid 18-year-old that I was. And the truth is, the 18-year-old I was proud to do the wrong things. It was proud of impressing the wrong people and proud of taking the wrong paths. Now in my life, when I have to sit before people like yourselves, anytime I'm in the prison, I have to sit before administration or any boards, and people have to look at my past and the things that I've done, I'm embarrassed by it. I'm ashamed of who I was. And even more so, I'm sorry, and I regret with everything in me that my choices cost Chad his life. Today, I know that I could never deserve what I'm asking for. I could never truly deserve it because I've left an absence in the lives of Chad's family, his friends. And I think when I first came to prison, I didn't understand probably what they were going through. I probably never will. And through my losses that I've taken to prison, through experiences, the hardships, it's probably just a scratch of the surface of what I put them through. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for who I was at that time in my life. I'm not that same person anymore. And it's taken me a long time to be who I am today, to even come to some realization of who I was back then. And I struggle every day to just build and not live my life anymore for me. At 18 years old, Jared lived his life for him, and he was selfish and irresponsible. Now I commit my life to helping other people, to working hard every day and doing everything I can to try to, in some sense, honor Chad's life and what I did. Because Chad did not deserve to die. And I'm solely responsible for that. Today, I'm here just humbling myself before all of you and just asking for mercy, the possibility of it, and just being at your mercy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. That was well spoken. Well spoken. Thank you. Deputy Warden, would you tell us what kind of fella he is and while he's been under your care?
So I will tell you that since August, I took over the reentry program. So since August, I've been able to work more hand in hand with Jared and one-on-one with that program. It's kind of hard to come after him with everything he said, because what I was going to say, he's saying. But he does, what he is expressing and saying, he does show this to our mentees every day. So what he has learned, the lessons through life that he's learned, he has taken that with him to our reentry program. So everything he said, he is not lying. He is not, it's coming from the heart. He's truly saying that. He's teaching these guys to be responsible, dependable, and take action and be accountable for things that they have done. And with this, hopefully they won't ever have to come back here. But Jared is dependable, accountable, and very responsible. Yes, I think he's changed since he's been here. I don't think he's the kid or the stupid 18-year-old, as he says, that he was, and he has grown here. I think that, I hope y'all grant him his pardon. I hate to lose him in our program, but I think he has a good transition plan once he gets out, and I think he'll be one of the guys that will continue to come back and support our program and the fellows that are here and support the reentry mentees that are out. So with all that, I'm just saying everything he has said is truthful and from the heart.
Okay, thank you, Warden. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move into those that are supportive. We have a friend that wants to speak by Zoom. And of course, I didn't mention Jennifer Cameron. Miss Cameron is the attorney, and she's going to be, if you would like to speak last in the supporter portion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take, your friend will speak, and then Carrie Myers with Parole Project will speak, and then we'll let Miss Jennifer Cameron speak. So Marcus Condcar, if I'm saying that right, would you talk to us?
Yes, you are saying that right. Good morning. I am a professor at Loyola and the academic director for the Loyola Prison Education Program that we have at Rayburn. And I've also been evaluating reentry programs following folks who get a second chance across Louisiana for many years now. But I met Jared almost 10 years ago when I began working on a project on life without parole in Louisiana, and I've kept in touch with him ever since. The project involved recording life history interviews with over 150 people serving life for a crime committed before they were 25. And I filmed a very long interview with Jared that covered everything from his childhood to coming to prison. And of course, you know, the transformation that he's gone through over the past few years, especially the last couple of decades, I'd say. So today I'm also here as his friend. Everything Jared told you today is from his heart. I think you can tell that. There is nothing performative about him, and I know that he is genuinely remorseful. So I just want to highlight a few things that I know about Jared that I hope will be helpful to you. He's said some of this already, and so has the warden, but Jared was 18 when this crime happened. Had he been 6 months younger, he would have been eligible for parole 5 years ago. You can see from his prison record, I don't need to go over all of his certificates, but he's just done everything he possibly could to educate, improve, and rehabilitate himself. A record that goes back a long time. And as he said, you know, part of that is to try to honor the person who he harmed, right? To try to give back something. And he would tell you himself, in fact, he did, that he came to prison as a hopeless, self-destructive teenager. And it took him a little while to come to the realization that his only option was to do what he could to change himself for the better, you know, despite the challenges of trying to do that in prison. And it took him a while to sort himself out. And after that, he really just started devoting his life to helping other people, mentoring, tutoring, and teaching men, mainly in the automotive programs. And many of those guys returned to our communities truly better for having had him in their lives. I have seen it myself over and over again. Jared has a kind, humble demeanor that comes across immediately to people who meet him. A number of folks who are on my project team have had the opportunity to get to know him at the prison rodeos over the years, and they all talk to me. They all say they're moved by his sort of I don't know, like quiet positivity in light of his situation. But I think most importantly, you know, the board should know that Jared has what it takes to succeed if he is given a chance, right? So first of all, he has all of the qualities needed to thrive socially and professionally. He's educated himself. He's developed extremely marketable skills. I think we can all see that. He has a great reentry plan, a super supportive spouse, and a host of people in the community who will go out of their way to help him, including me. You know, I interact with a lot of folks in our prisons, and this may sound cliche, it probably does, but Jared really is a model of the very best outcomes in our system that we could hope for, and he inspires me. And I know he will do extremely well out here if he's given a chance. I just know. And I hope you will give him that chance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Mr. Kerry Myers, would you speak to us, please, sir, about what your services offer?
Good morning. It's still morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project here to let the board know that Jared is a client of Parole Project. He will be a long-term client. We are prepared to provide Jared with long-term support, long-term housing as he rebuilds his life. He already has employment waiting for him. Should this board give him a recommendation and should he eventually make his way through the parole system. I'd like to thank Professor Concar for literally saying everything I would have said about Jared. I know Jared personally, and I have personally witnessed his maturity. And I can say that what you see, the sincerity, is real. And Parole Project is prepared to help Jared through this. He was 18 when he went to prison. He's actually spent 60% of his life, or a little bit more than 60%, incarcerated. We are prepared to help him through this transition. We understand, particularly someone his age who went to prison, and the needs that they have upon their reentry. And we are prepared to help him through that transition, through every aspect of it, from connecting him to healthcare to making sure he understands social norms. And we'll work with his support systems, his other support systems, which you already heard are extensive. So we just ask this board to consider this factor. Consider the Jared who is sitting before you, the mature 48-year-old Jared, and grant his commutation today.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. We appreciate that. Appreciate the work that y'all do. Okay, we'll move on to those. Oh, excuse me, Jennifer Cameron.
Mr. Prater, I believe Jared's wife would like to say a little something, if that's okay with the board.
Yes, that's okay, I think.
Yeah, let's do one more.
Where it's not on my sheet,
She's on
but yes, would
She's
you
here with us.
Introduce yourself and you speak to us, please?
Good morning. My name is Allison Adridge. This is Joreen. I'm just going to be reading a statement on her behalf, but wanted you to see her. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Joreen Langlow, and I'm speaking to you this morning as the best friend and wife of Jared Neal Langlow. Jared committed a crime 28 years ago as a very young man. He still carries that with him today and has shown deep remorse for his actions. He has served his time with humility, respect, and ultimately, he has dedicated himself to change. Today, I respectfully ask that you consider granting his pardon so that he may join and help heal the absence of him in our family and begin this new chapter of life built on accountability, service, and redemption. When Jared entered prison, he was an unresolved, unconscious young man. In 2017, during the 21st year of his incarceration, we reconnected, and I have been honored to be able to know, witness, and hear from many others of his miraculous ongoing transformation for the betterment of himself, all who are blessed to be a part of his life and all who cross his path. Jared is no longer the lost individual he once was. He is a kind, gentle, patient, and loving man who takes full responsibility for his past while living each day with drive, purpose, and integrity. Most importantly, Jared now lives and leads with knowledge, empathy, and compassion, qualities that were once dormant in the young man he used to be. Our children, his stepchildren by our marriage, Emerald, Rebecca, Elijah, and Eliana, have grown up largely without a positive father figure or any positive male role model physically present in their lives. Just Jared's presence, even from within prison, has remained strong, loving, and a supportive influence on them. The possibility of their father figure returning home as a healed, evolved man would mean a wonderfully fulfilled life for them and for me. Our family has been waiting for this moment with hope in our hearts and with a love that is unwavering. The greatest gift you'll ever learn is to love and be loved in return. Jared has given us this gift while we have given it back to him. Because of that love, Jared will not walk this continuous path of growth alone. He has me as a faithful, devoted wife. He also has a strong network of men, his brothers in faith and experience, who have already reintegrated successfully into society, many of whom Jared has had a direct rehabilitating influence on, that are ready to support him. He has housing, mentorship, a structured plan for employment, and community involvement. He will re-enter society not just a forgiven man, but as a man prepared to give back and uplift others while living with honor and respect for all that is life. I know with every confidence in my heart that Jared will not squander a second chance, not only because of what he's done to change, but because of who he has become. He has faced the darkness in the young man he once was, to now find himself through grace, healing, and hard work as the man God has called him to be, the godly man he has always meant to be. To close, I'm fully aware of the seriousness of the board's responsibility to make such weighted decisions. Therefore, I do not make this request lightly. I pray for your confidence and a favorable resolve while thanking you with the utmost gratitude for your time, your service, and for considering this deeply heartfelt request. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate those words. Excuse me. Ms. Cameron, I think it's your turn now.
Yes, sir. First, I'd just like to thank this board for allowing me to speak on behalf of my friend, Jared Langlow. My husband and Jared are best friends and have been through a lot together. I've known Jared for about 11 years, and I can attest to his character and his heart. The man I know today is not the same person from his past. He now works hard, refurbishing vehicles and teaching others the trade. He's a reliable friend, a loving husband, and a dedicated stepfather. Jared has taken responsibility for his past actions, including the tragic incident involving Chad Doucette. He deeply regrets his decisions and has worked tirelessly on self-improvement. He takes great care these days to think through all decisions in his life, because in 2019, he decided to carry contraband back to the dorm for someone, and that split-second decision and desire to help the wrong people changed the trajectory of his life when it cost him a clemency hearing and cost him more than 7 more years of continued incarceration. He now knows more than ever that he has to stop and weigh the consequences of every single decision. As a mentor in the reentry program, Jared has been instrumental in helping others. Letters from former Warden Perry Stagg and Shelby Araby, the creators of the program, highlight his positive influences on others and why they chose him to participate. Jared has earned over 140 certificates, including his GED, a technical degree from Louisiana Technical College, and is currently pursuing a bachelor's degree, which he plans to continue if he earns his freedom. Jared tells me that 2 classes that affected him the most were Thinking for a Change and Victim Awareness. In Thinking for a Change, Jared learned the importance of making sure he surrounds himself with the right people that will keep him on the right path. He's already talked to y'all about victim awareness and how it taught him what victim blaming meant. He knows that his actions are the reason he is here today, and that it was not anything Chad Doucette did. He has learned to take accountability for all the decisions in his life through the various rehabilitation classes he's taken over the years. They changed Jared at his core. Jared's support system is expansive. While he lost both of his parents in 2022 within 2 weeks of each other, he has created another family. Not only does he have his wife, Joreen, and their four children, he has the continued support of Parole Project, along with his chosen brothers who have come home through this board and are all thriving. Those brothers, including my husband, will do whatever they have to do to ensure that Jared and his family have everything they need to be successful. Jared and his family will always have a place to live and any financial support they need from my husband and me. We plan to assist him in getting him a vehicle, and he has 2 job offers waiting for him. His other formerly incarcerated brothers feel the same way and will help any way they can. In conclusion, Jared Langlow has demonstrated genuine rehabilitation. He strives to honor Chad Doucette's memory and earn a second chance. We urge the board to grant his request for clemency, understanding that this is just a recommendation and not an immediate release. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We'll move on to the opposition, and we have one person that will speak, Nicole Alleman. Ms. Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm Chad Doucette's sister. I would not be a good sister if I didn't speak against this. My brother was sentenced to death on the day that this happened. So we fought for second-degree murder for a reason. My brother was innocent and smoking a cigarette next to the groom when it happened. There was, it may have only been seconds, but Jared did make the comment that he was going to look like an ass in front of his friends if he didn't shoot him. My brother was shot not once, but 3 times. Once in the chest in the front, on the side as my brother was turning, and in the back as my brother was turning away to get away. My brother has missed out on being a husband, a father, a grandfather, a brother-in-law, and an uncle, and now a great uncle, all because of Jared's actions that day. I really hope he has rehabilitated himself, and that if he is released, I wish him the best of luck. But I really think his sentence should be upheld. It was given for a reason. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I'm very sorry for your loss, and I appreciate your heartfelt comments to the board. Thank you. Okay, I believe that's all the ones that are speaking, and Mr. Jared, I've heard, just like the last hearing that we had, they've been very concise references, and people that, and the interview with the inmate, with yourself and with the other fellow, were very concise, and so I really don't have any questions to ask you. I'll turn it over to the board.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Langlow, the gun, was it yours?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The only question I had that came to mind, and Ms. Cameron cleared it up for me, was I saw where you were the reentry mentor from 2011 to 2019, and there was a break in service.
Yes,
And they put you back in 2021, and that's where you are today. But she explained.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, also, I saw while you were out on bond, you got arrested for fighting. Was there one involved in that incident?
Okay, so myself and a couple of people went to a house where there was some people, like a party, and one of my friends got into a fight with another guy. So we weren't, it was like out of town, we weren't from there. They knew our names, so they came and arrested me and my friend. All of the witnesses testified, gave statements, said that I actually tried to break the fight up, that I didn't have anything to do with it, and they dropped all the charges on me.
Yeah, I saw they were dropped. I just wanted to make sure you didn't have a weapon with you.
No, sir.
Okay, it didn't state that you did. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I was gonna say something, just, you did mention in some of your victim awareness program that you took.
Yes,
One of
ma'am.
the things you said, and you were correct in all the things you said, but you said, you talked about the absence
Yes, ma'am.
of Chad. And
Yes, ma'am.
I used to have victim ceremonies, and one of the themes was the absence of their presence is everywhere. And I thought that fit very, it's a poignant thing to realize, and you do realize it. And I did wanted to remark on that. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's time to vote, and Jared, I tell you, this is a tough case, but if it wasn't for tough cases, we wouldn't be an effective board, or we wouldn't be necessary at all if it wasn't for tough cases. But I think that you have displayed a remarkable maturity when you compare yourself to the 18-year-old. You've described yourself perfectly as a stupid 18-year-old, and many of us were 18-year-olds, but we didn't do what you did. But there, for the grace of God, go many people. Regardless of that, and enough talking, my vote is, I think I'm going to vote to recommend that your sentence be commuted to 99 years and that you have immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Langlow, you've done great programs in prison and you've helped a ton of people in prison. And I like the way that you kept referring to the victim by name because that needs to be done. And it's close. I'm gonna concur, 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote also is to grant 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm gonna concur with my colleagues. I listened to, very carefully to Nicole, everything that she had to say. And she did mention that if the board went in the direction of granting a parole eligibility, that she wished you the best of luck. And I agree, it is important that the offender knows the name of their victim. It says that y'all knew each other. So my recommendation is also to grant parole with eligibility in 99 years.
Okay, Ms. Alleman and Ms. LaFosse, thank you for being here today and speaking on behalf of Chad. He would be thankful for that. Jared, I do agree with my colleagues. My vote, based on the work that you've done, is to make the same recommendation, and that would be to grant your request and make the recommendation that your sentence be commuted to the 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the pardon board is now at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It's March 25th, 2026, and the time is 12:10 p.m. I'd like to ask the warden to introduce himself for the record and that of your staff, please. Oh, y'all are on mute, Warden Raines.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yes.
All right, I'm Deputy Warden Luke Reams.
Afton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor.
Camilla Hudson, ARDC Supervisor.
Matthew Riley, Security.
All right, thank you. And we have is it Holyfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Brandi Holyfield. My DOC number is 636-983.
All right, and you are here this afternoon seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Allen Parish in 2015 for a manslaughter conviction. So you're currently serving a 25-year sentence for that conviction. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your case today has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Holyfield, tell me what got yourself put in prison? What did you do to get there? And also, what have you done since you've been there that we should consider in releasing you today?
I got arrested for the death of my 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana. She lost her life on April 11th, and I basically messed up as her parent. I failed her as her parent. I was supposed to protect her and make sure everything was going to be okay with her and her brother, and I failed at that. I have been incarcerated these years. I live with the fact that she's not here and how I've caused pain to my family. And I apologize to them for putting them in the position that they're in today. I have replayed this day over and over in my mind, and it's a day that I will never forget. I have been taking classes. I have gotten my bachelor's degree since I've been here for communications and my minor in sociology. I have taken parenting classes. I have taken anger management. I have taken long-term substance abuse. I have also taken living in balance, phase 1, 2, and 3. I've taken life healing choices. I have done a couple Christian classes. I have also been trying to, when I first came to prison, I didn't look at the situation the way I view it now. I have, since my incarceration up until this point, I understand that my daughter wasn't the only victim in my case. My son was a victim because he lost his mother and his sister. My dad and my mom are victims because they lost their granddaughter. Their daughter came to jail. You know, my sister and my brother lost their oldest sister. My nieces and nephews, which one of my nephews I have never met. He's 5 now. They're all suffering, and I made it when I came to jail. It was like, woe is me, it's me, it's me, it's me, and it's not about me. It's about my daughter. It's about everybody that's everybody that's suffering from this. And I apologize for all of them because I now understand with taking anger management and my sister's keeper. I'm looking at it from their point of view and trying to put myself in their shoes and understand. And I understand now compared to when I first came to prison that they're victims in this too. And it's not fair that I put them in this position to where we are today.
Okay, all right, well, I'm gonna ask you some more questions, when we get to the interview, part of this, parole hearing, pardon hearing.
Yes,
But
sir.
right, let's hear from the people that are in, well, let's hear from, Warden Reams. I've never heard from Warden Reams before. What do you have to?
She's been with us since September of 24. She doesn't have any disciplinary write-ups. She's already covered her classes, but if you need me to repeat them, I have them right here. Other than that, that's all I have.
Does she have any disciplinary, write-ups, Warden?
No, sir. She's write-up free for her entire incarceration period.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Now we'll go to Horatio Holyfield Senior, the father.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or good afternoon.
Tell us what you want us to know about your daughter.
She's a good girl. She really is. She's a good mother. I hear her saying that she failed. She didn't fail her children. She just had a lack of a judgment. And Brandy is the type of child that would, or type of woman now, that would give you the shirt off of her back. She would do anything for you. When Brandy had Tatiana, she had a C-section. They gave her so much time off from work. I picked up her bills. This woman went back to work with staples in her stomach because she said that she was burdening me down when she was not. So I look at it like this. She is one strong woman, and to be able to go back to work, any job, with staples in her stomach, that tells me that she would do anything for her family. And so far she has. Now, since she's been in, yes, I picked up the slack. That's what the father does. But Brandy comes from a wonderful family. She has a ton of support behind her. And we're ready to do whatever it takes to bring her home and to get her back on the road that she was on prior to this incident.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Now we'll hear from Lisa. I'm not gonna try to pronounce your last name. Miss Lisa, the mother.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Wojciechowski, and I am the mother of Brandi Holyfield and grandmother to Tatiana Holyfield. I'm here to wholeheartedly support my daughter's application for pardon. I have maintained close contact with Brandi since she's been incarcerated, and I firmly believe Brandi will be able to reiterate into society and be productive and responsible. Since being incarcerated, Brandi has taken full responsibilities for her actions. She has used this experience to grow, participating in and graduating from various classes. Most importantly, completing a domestic violence class. She now has the knowledge and the insight to recognize a controlling behavior and the skills to know the difference between a healthy relationship and an unhealthy relationship. I am prepared to offer full support to Brandi upon her release. She will have stable housing and transportation. And as with any recently released felon, it's hard to find a job. But the state of Georgia governor has a program, a reentry program that focuses on reducing reincarceration through comprehensive support and resources and job training and placement. Brandi will receive training and support from individuals that have been incarcerated themselves. And through the governor's free future fall, fair chance, hiring program. Future employers are educated about reentry into the society of the incarcerated and then offer them jobs supporting the second chance, because everyone deserves a second chance. My daughter deserves a second chance. She realizes what happened, what got her here, and her family is ready to welcome her back home with open arms.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Okay, now we will go to Tavares Jackson, your son.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Mr. Jackson, tell us what you want us to know about your mother.
Hello, my name is Tavares Jackson, and I am the son of Brandi Holyfield. It's my mother. I want to start by saying that I understand the seriousness of this situation, and I understand what she did was very wrong, and I understand that the situation at hand at the time and the age that I was, I didn't understand it fully. But now that I do, I understand that she and everyone that was around her is completely sorry for what happened. My mother has changed since she's first walked in through those gates. Like she said, she takes full responsibility for what she has done and what has taken place. And my mom has always felt the need to want to do right by her children and want to do right by her family. She's never lost that. She's never lost that touch of sensibility. She's never lost that humanity within herself. She's always kept that with her, and she's always kept that gentle and kindness towards her. She also has taken care of classes. She's also inspired me and impacted me to do better in class, because I wouldn't have came to college if it wasn't for her. But she inspired me to do my best in college and taking a role in joining the Army. I do all of this for her, and she is my biggest inspiration. And for her to come home, the impact that it would have on me would be tremendous, because my family and me look up to her still to this day. Even through a phone call, she keeps us motivated. She keeps us going through and keep on coming. And I really wish that the situation didn't take place, but you know, it just happened, and she makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, but also everybody needs a second chance too. And I feel like my mother getting that second chance would have the best interest in, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little nervous. Will have the best interest in my mother. I feel like my mother deserves that second chance, because even the worst of people deserve that type of second chance, especially when it comes to situations like this. And my mom has missed out a lot. She's missed out on my military graduation, and it's hard going through all these things and missing all these things in her child's life, when all she wanted was to make sure that me and my sister were the best that we can be and make sure that we're better. And I really wish and I hope that she gets released, so that way we can make sure she has a very stable support system, because as long as this uniform is on, I will make sure that she has that support system 24/7.
Yeah, we appreciate it, and also appreciate your service. Okay, also, present but not speaking will be Dennis Wojciechowski, and Regina Huntley is on Zoom, but they both in your favor, but they're not speaking today. Okay, Ms. Holyfield, tell me, what do you feel was your part in this whole thing?
I feel like my part in this, like I said, was not protecting my daughter. The bruise, the belt marks, the bruising, that was my part. And I take full responsibility for that, because at that time, I didn't control my anger and frustration, and I took it out on my kids. That's why I feel like I failed my kids, because I'm supposed to protect them, and I didn't protect my kids. And I'm like I said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Did you notice the abuse, the marks that were left on the child? Did you notice them before the date that the child actually passed?
No, no, sir. I noticed the day before, I noticed that when she had that fall, she had a cut on her forehead. That I did notice. I noticed that. But the other stuff I didn't notice until the day of when we were actually in the midst of driving to the hospital.
Okay. All right. What about, are you on any mental health medication?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there someone in there that can tell us her prognosis on her mental health? What she's taking and what's it for?
Yeah. Let's see. I know she's currently at mental health level care 3.
Yes, sir. She made it. What kind of medication are you on?
I'm taking Prozac for my anxiety and my depression.
Okay.
I have right here, this was done on March the 2nd of 26. So she's currently at mental health level care 3, indicates that inmate has severe mental illness, however, has been in remission or stable for at least 6 months. The inmate is currently diagnosed with major depressive disorder and unspecified anxiety disorder. She is currently prescribed Visceral and Prozac.
Okay.
Mental health staff, they provide individualized contact at a minimum of 90 days. Well, that's pretty much it right there.
Okay, thank you. All right, and how many classes have you taken? And has it been a bunch? I mean, I see you hadn't taken none since 2019. Is there just nothing left for you to take?
Well, because I was in a different facility and I was over there for like almost 8 years. But when I got transferred to this facility was the one where I took my domestic violence class. I've taken core. I'm currently in heavy equipment right now. And this facility is where I finished and graduated with my bachelor's degree in communication and my minor in sociology. The other facility I was at, you were limited to the classes that you could take over there because if you had an extended amount of time, you weren't put in certain classes.
Okay. And I do want to state for the record that the sheriff and the DA are very strongly opposed to this pardon hearing. I have no further questions. Does any of my panel have questions?
Yeah, I have one. What do you plan to do if released?
If released, sir, I plan to go to my mother's house. My mother is gonna help me get on my feet. I want to get a job. Try to get into something where I can keep bettering myself and get myself back to where I was before I got into this situation, sir. I want to try to build my relationship back with my son because he's now 20. So I've missed a lot because of my actions and my decision and my choices in this matter. I want to try to build my relationship back up with my family and do what I need to do to stay out of trouble like I have been since I've been incarcerated, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Holyfield. You keep saying what you did wrong was you failed to protect your daughter.
Yes, sir.
That's different from if you shoot somebody, you could say you failed to protect the person you shot, but you actually caused this.
Yes, sir.
Is that, the baby didn't die from belt marks?
No, sir.
What did the baby die from?
She died from blunt force trauma to the back of her head.
And who caused that?
I caused that.
By how?
I think I don't know. I don't know, sir. I was in the process of spanking her. I don't know if I was, she was running from me or something. I really don't know. I just know I did this. I caused this. This is my fault. Like I said, I know she died from trauma to the back of her head. That I know that, and I know that that's my fault. That's my fault. Like I said, the bruising, that's my fault, and that's my anger. And like I said, I've taken the classes, and I see where I messed up at. I see my faults. I see what I did wrong, and I see what I needed to control. And now I understand that the verbal abuse, the physical abuse, the mental abuse that I inflicted, and the physical abuse on my daughter was uncalled for. It was uncalled for, and it was unnecessary.
You finished, Steve?
Yes.
Did you love her?
Yes, sir. I love both my children. I did. I love my daughter. I did. And that's why this is very hard. And why I am sorry that I apologize to everybody. I apologize to my family for being put in this position, because I know they support me. But I'm grateful that they're here supporting me. But I'm also more grateful that they're here to speak up for my daughter that can't speak for herself because of what I did.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you have a co-defendant in this matter, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his role in this whole matter?
He was supposed to be watching her, and she was burned. And that's why we ended up rushing her to the emergency room.
So he was watching her when the burn injury occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you took her to the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am. Because of the burn injury, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. I'm still having trouble understanding. She died from blunt force trauma to the back of the head, but she was okay enough to get burned. How did she get burned?
I don't know exactly how she got burned, sir. I don't know exactly because I was at work when she acquired the burn. So I can't say what happened as far as the burn goes. But I know my part in this. I know what I did. I know the bruising, like I said, the beating. I know all that. That's all my fault. Like I said, I did spank her. I did spank her the day before. I did. I did spank her the day before. So like I said, I don't know if I can't explain the burn part because I don't know. I really don't, sir.
You never asked about that when y'all were headed to the hospital, or?
I absolutely did ask him, sir, and his response to me was he should have been watching her. He should have been watching her, is what he told me.
So my understanding, the day before, she got this terrible beating that led to her death the next day. And then the next day, so nothing was done that day. Then the next day, she gets this horrible burn that's all along her back, the whole length of her back.
Yes.
And that was why you were bringing her to the hospital. So she had two things going on when y'all brought her to the hospital, but she was dying the next day. And how often did this baby get beat? She was 2 years old.
She didn't get beat often, but I do know that I did spank her the day before. I did spank her the day before. Now, she didn't get beat often. It wasn't often. I didn't spank my kids often. But when I did spank my kids, I did spank my kids. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
no,
Go ahead.
ma'am, I'm sorry, I was trying to catch my breath, that's all. But like I said, and I know that with taking, like I said, I know with this parenting class that there is other ways to discipline your kids other than spanking them and stuff like that. I understand that now, but like I said,
So let me ask you this, and we're gonna take a little break in a second. I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
what we're trying to get at is, how did the child get the blunt force trauma to the head? You said you spanked her the day before.
I did spank her the day before, yes, ma'am, but like that day, like I said, she fell off the porch that day. And when I got home that night, like I said, I had spanked her earlier that day before I went to work. And when I went to work, they was playing and she had fell off the porch. So when I came back that night, he put her to bed and that was it. And once she went to bed, that was it. So when I got up the next morning, I didn't go in there to go check on her. I left her, I figured, okay, she's sleeping, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go to work so I don't have to fight with her to get out the door. So that's what I did. And when I went to work, that was when I got
We see the rest of it. We got the rest. I appreciate it.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
I think we're ready to vote.
Or do we want to take an executive session?
No, I don't need one.
We can, or you want one?
We need to make.
No, we don't need one, that's okay.
We're all right. We're gonna, I think that, we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to deny. This was a horrific event. And you can't tell me you didn't notice what was going on with that child. And that child, I'm not gonna state on the record what else happened to that child. But anyway, my vote is to deny, not near enough time served for the offense that occurred.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is going to be to grant to 99 years. I don't believe you beat that child. And I believe you're like a mother and a good mother. And I think a lot more kids need to be spanked, and I can kind of believe the story that she failed. I just don't believe in my heart that you caused her to have a blunt strike to the head. So my vote is to grant to 99 years.
So she has a 25-year sentence now.
To grant to, you served, how long has she served? 13 years. My vote would be to grant 15 years.
All right. Mrs. Stapleton.
I vote to deny based upon the heinous nature of the crime.
Mr. Prater.
I vote to deny, lack of accountability.
And Ms. Holyfield, for me, the relief that I would normally grant to someone who's incarcerated, who's asking for a commutation of their sentence, would be to grant parole eligibility. You have parole eligibility in 2034, but you also have a mandatory release date in 2033, which precedes the parole date. So based on that, because that's the relief I would have given, my vote today is to deny. I wish you well. I want to congratulate you on your educational achievements and the family support that you have. You will have the opportunity to reconnect with your son. Keep up the good work. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, the pardon board is now at David Wade Correctional Center. It's March 25th, 2026. The time is 12:42 in the afternoon. Morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself, please?
Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland. Elizabeth Savage, Colonel. That's all.
It's everybody, and I see, okay, we have a guest there with Mr. Calais. Would you tell us your name?
Peggy Williams. I'm Murphy Calais' niece.
Okay. All right, thank you. So, Mr. Calais, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Murphy Calais, DOC number 82684.
All right, sir. And Mr. Calais, you are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced, let's see, in January 1976 to a life sentence. It was an aggravated kidnapping conviction. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Calais, your case has been assigned to Mr. Mr. Prater, seated to my right. Would you answer his questions? Sorry.
Oh, okay, Mr. Calais. It's good to see you. First I want to hear from you. You're going to be the one to star the show today. I want you to tell us what you did, why you did it, and what you've learned since then and done since then to make up, if at all possible, for any of the wrongs that you committed. Then we're going to hear from the deputy warden, and then we'll go into some supporters, and then we'll ask some questions. Okay, Mr. Calais, this is your show.
All right, on this night I went out and was drinking and I just occurred, done it, you know. And
They want you to tell them what you did.
all right. I let him pick a woman up from LSU, and I wound up raping her, and I brought her back where she was.
Okay.
What have you done since then? What have you done since then? Like being incarcerated, what have you done?
I've been incarcerated. I got a problem with really a learning disability, and so what I've done, I stopped participating in boxing, and once I quit boxing, I was mentoring the youngsters coming up there, and made them good, you know, and keep them out of trouble, you know.
Okay. Okay, we'll ask questions in a little bit. I'd like to ask the deputy warden there, could you tell us a little bit more about him than that?
Yes, sir. He came to Wade in May of 23 due to some medical issues. He had some cancer issues and went through medical treatment. And I believe he's in remission now. But that's the reason he came to Wade. His last write-up was in 09. He had a total of 23 since he's been incarcerated. He has completed Living in Balance 1 and 2, Cage of Rage, Reentry in 17, and Louisiana Risk Management in 19. He did mention about his learning disability, and I have a letter. I'm sure you should have gotten it from our education department concerning his education level. He's not a disciplinary problem here at Wade at all. I believe he goes for checkups due to his medical condition, but other than that, I mean, he's not a problem here at Wade.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Well, let's move on to the ones that are supportive of this effort. Two of your sisters are going to speak, Betty Gerald and Marie Joseph, who is with Betty. You'll be joining us by Zoom, and so we're ready to hear from y'all about your brother, Murphy.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Betty Jarrell, and I reside in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And Murphy is my only surviving brother. And I am aware of the seriousness of the crime. Hope the victim is doing well. I have visited Murphy and received calls from him since his incarceration. And he was very young. He has been at 4 prisons, and like the young lady said, that he did time at Angola, Hunts, and Cottonport, and he was moved to Wade because of medical problems. I have seen a big change take place since his many years of incarceration. Murphy is a caring, I'm sorry. He's a very strong, caring person. He is not, he's not the same person that entered the prison 50 years ago. If he's given a second chance, I would do anything in my power to help him transition to society. If given a second chance, I think that he would make a difference mentoring the younger generation. I am asking from the bottom of my heart that you all find it in your heart to grant Murphy clemency. Please grant him clemency so he can spend time with family, and especially his daughter, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And I will conclude to thank you all for your time. Betty Jarrell.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Miss Marie Joseph, would you talk to us, please?
My name is Marie Calais Joseph. I am here to support my brother, Murphy Calais, inmate 82684, in his request for clemency. Over the past 50 years, he has become a positive influence with the Louisiana prison system, contribution to the well-being and development of younger inmates. I understand and I do minimize the seriousness of his offense. Our family acknowledge the harm that was caused, and we extend our sincere remorse for the impact it had on others. Murphy had demonstrated accountability for his past action and commitment to personal growth. At the same time, I respectfully ask that you consider not only who he was at the time of his conviction, but the man he has become. During his incarceration, Murphy enrolled in educational program, participated in counseling, mentored his peers. He has taken advantage and re-entered programs offered by the state of Louisiana, and his growth, personal and spiritual growth. His conduct record reflects decades of discipline, respect, and cooperation. He has served as a mentor, as boxing coach, helping young men build discipline, confidence, and emotional control. He has become a positive influence to younger inmates he has trained for boxing matches. These young men respect him and value his opinions and input. His position, influence, and constantly construction and value. As his sister, I have witnessed a lot of change in him over years. He is more reflected, responsibility, focus on positive changes he has made. He often speaks about taking responsibility for his past and his desire to contribute positive to society if given a second chance. If granted clemency, Murphy will have a strong support system in place. He will live with me, and our family is committed to helping him integrate into community. We are prepared to provide stability, guidance to ensure his success. Murphy is also a cancer survivor, currently in remission. This experience has deepened his appreciation for life and his desire to make meaningful positive change. I respectfully ask the board to consider his decade of rehabilitation, his conduct while incarcerated, his service to the prison community, and his current health condition, and the support awaits him upon release. Thank you for your time and consideration, Marie Dolores Calais Joseph.
Thank you, ma'am, for that. Thank you, that. But let me ask you one question. How are you going to support him? And I don't mean just financially. I mean, I don't know if he's not going to be able to get a job.
No, his condition, no, he won't be able to.
Okay. And when you say reintegrate him into society, tell me what that means to you.
Meaning we'll help him in his need. His need, whatever he needs help with his condition, the situation he's in right now.
Oh, you'll basically just be taking care of him.
Correct.
Okay.
What you're saying is you and your sister are gonna share what you have to take care of your brother. That's what you mean?
Repeat.
Yes, we'll take our last.
To share.
We will
and
be
take care
there.
of-
We will be the backbone.
Gotcha.
We will be there, whatever he needs.
Whatever you have, you're gonna share with him.
Yes,
Right.
yes. We're gonna, just introduce him to programs or whatever he can do to help the community.
I understand.
We'll get him in a church, and once you put God first, everything follows.
Amen. Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all. Y'all are good sisters, and we appreciate you.
Executive session. I want to ask a question. I'm gonna call for an executive session.
Do you want to have our questioning first and then executive session?
Okay.
Okay, because it might answer your question.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Calais, I'm going to ask you a few questions just to see where you are with this. And I realize that you've been incarcerated for quite some time, but I need to ask these questions. You never mentioned much about the victim. What do you think? What impact did it have on the victim?
I know it didn't have an impact on the victim, but I send out my best condolences to the victim, hoping she's good.
Okay. All right. Did you have a gun with you when you raped this woman?
Yeah.
Did you threaten her with the gun or just have it there?
Just had it there.
Were you on drugs when this occurred?
No, I was drinking and stuff,
Just drinking.
Yeah.
And what is your job at the at the prison right now? What do you do?
Nothing really, nothing right now.
He's just
Okay.
on our duty status crew that helps just clean up around on the compound a little bit.
Okay, so you're past the stage of doing any mentoring, correct?
He's talking about mentoring other inmates. Do you still do that or you?
I still would do it, but
He does to work with them. Okay. He still works with the boxing team and the younger inmates.
Okay. Madam Chairman.
That's the niece.
Okay, Miss Peggy Williams has decided that she does want to speak, the niece. Miss Williams is on Zoom, I think.
She's at the prison.
Oh, she's
She's
there.
here.
Okay.
She's here.
Yes, ma'am. Would you tell us what you have to say, please?
My name is Peggy Williams. I'm Murphy's niece. I live in Arkansas, El Dorado. I remember going to visit my uncle in Angola when I was a little girl. And as I got older, I knew him and I didn't know him. And I remember his best day and his worst day of his life is when my grandmother died and the first time he seen his daughter. And I was there at the funeral home. And me and her, we're about a year apart. So here these last 3 or 4 years ago, I've got in contact with him through one of my cousins. I was like, where is he? Hadn't talked to him in years. And finally she gave me his address and I wrote him. And I'm like, I want to come and visit. I want to try to help also. You know, my mama, bless her heart, she wasn't able to be here. She's battling early stages of dementia. And my Aunt Betty and Dolores, you know, they do what they can. And I'm glad I can help him also. So like I said, these last 3 or 4 years, he sent me papers to come and visit him while he was in Cotton Port. Then he was transferred here once he developed colon cancer. And I've been coming ever since, as much as I can, and being his supporter. My uncle has really humbled himself as long as I've been talking to him. He's been humbling. He's been just, you know, we've been doing a lot of talking and, you know, we're doing a lot of praying. And like I said, he's still going through things with his leg and shoulder. He's trying to help with some of the young guys as far as with the boxing stuff. And like I said, ever since he's been here at David Wade, I'm about 40 minutes from here. And I come and try to give him that support where my Aunt Betty and Dolores, they're 6 hours away. And like I said, he's the humblest man that I've seen ever since that I've been just talking with him and, you know.
Okay, well, we appreciate that insight and you really stepped up to the plate. That you're an admirable niece. We appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. And I'll do whatever.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Yes, please. I just want to make sure this is. I'm making a motion for executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and second for executive session to discuss confidential matters. Can you call the roll?
Bernard,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Kratom,
Yes.
Simmons,
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna move to return to regular session. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, we're back in regular session. It's 1:03 and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
Okay, my vote is to grant with the commuter sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility, meaning you gotta come back before the parole board. And we're gonna explore your options if the governor does sign this, and if the parole board does grant you that, we're gonna know exactly what's gonna happen to you when you get out. And so we're going to, this is just first base of a home run. Okay? And so my vote is to grant with 99 years, commuter sentence, 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. And that would be my recommendation to the governor.
Mr. Freeman.
Due to your medical condition, your age, and the fact that you've served 51 years, my vote is the same as Mr. Prater's.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote also is to grant to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is the same as, Mr. Prater's and Mr. Freeman's with the same verbiage.
My vote also would be to grant your request and recommend commutation of your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility based on your medical issues, your age at the time of the crime, and your length of incarceration. So we're going to make a recommendation for a commutation of your sentence to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Woo, thank you, Lord.
You got your strap showing.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you
Hi.
introduce yourself? Tell us your name and mailing address, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is STACY CATALANO. My address is 13241 Old Baton Rouge Highway, Hammond, Louisiana.
Zip is?
It's 70403.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Catalano, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Livingston Parish, let's see, December of 2022 for possession of methamphetamine, possession of heroin, possession of fentanyl. You received 2 years DOC on each of those counts to run consecutively. That was suspended and you were placed on 3 years of probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, thank you. Your case, Ms. Catalano, has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton, seated to my left. Would you answer her questions?
Hey, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello. How did you feel about the drug use? Because those were pretty serious, heavy drugs that you were on.
I'm sorry, it broke up a little bit. I didn't hear the first thing you said.
Do you feel like you have been able to free yourself of the drugs that you were on?
Yes, absolutely. I've been sober for almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years in July.
So tell me how you got to the point that you got arrested. What happened and everything? What caused us to be here?
Okay, so I was on drugs for a while, and I had a warrant, and I was in a parking lot at night by a video bingo place, and I guess a police officer ran my license plate and showed that I had a warrant. So that's how I got arrested for this. But originally, I was going to be arrested, but it was during COVID for the drugs. So they let me go that day. They took the drugs from me, and so I wasn't arrested that day. It was a year later.
So between that day and the year later, did you do any drugs?
Well, I checked myself into a rehab program at Serenity Center, and I completed that program.
So have you been clean ever since then? The night you were arrested and you checked yourself into a rehab?
No, I wasn't completely clean. No. After rehab, I got back on drugs. And then after I got arrested and went to jail, and then I've been clean since that day that I went to jail.
Right. So we have some people here that want to speak on your behalf.
Yes.
Okay, your father?
Yes, ma'am.
Catalano?
Yes.
Yes.
Here.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see yourself?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my wife's here also.
Okay. We'll let her speak after you.
Hi.
What would you like to say about your daughter that you want us to?
Well, I mean, since she first went into drug rehab after prison for about a year, she came out, she did her probationary period, went through the drug therapy program that the state has, and got released from probation. And she's been a exemplary individual, both in society and within the family. She's gotten back to having custody of her young daughter. And she's gone back to college and got her bachelor's degree and has been working steadily on the same job since she got out. She works 6 days a week, usually 9 to 10 hours a day. And she's just an upstanding young lady like she was before she got in trouble with drugs. So she's close to our family. She maintains daily contact with us. Usually 2 or 3 times a day, she speaks with her mother on the phone. She's actively engaged in raising her daughter and educating her daughter and in supporting her daughter and well connected with the school that her daughter attends. She's an upstanding citizen. She goes to church with her mother once a week. She has voted on all the elections. We got her registered to vote when she got out. And she's just a law-abiding citizen again and has no intention of going back to where she was.
You said your daughter was in prison?
It was jail.
Jail.
Well, it was jail. I'm sorry. I'm a retired U.S. Marshal, so sometimes I commingle the terms.
So the question, she's requesting pardon with firearms. Does she need the firearm?
No,
Okay, I was wondering about that.
no, she doesn't
Own anything.
go around firearms. She never has, and she has no training with firearms and has no association with firearms.
Okay, yeah, a lot of times it's just a blanket thing that people put, and then when you ask them, they say, no, I'm not interested in that.
Yeah,
I wanted to
no,
answer the question.
no, that's right.
All right, her mother, Miss
Yeah.
Catalano.
Yeah.
Hi, how are y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, and I'll probably cry, how proud I am of Stacy. She was at the bottom and she has worked so hard to better herself, to better her life and her situation and with her daughter. And her daughter just loves her. And they spend as much time together as they can. And we moved back down here. We moved after Hurricane Katrina and we weren't around during that period physically. And we moved back here and we see each other almost daily and we talk a lot, but has had no encounters or no desire for any type of drug at all. You know, I mean, she has really, really cleaned up her life. And as my husband said, going back to church and her character, I mean, it's amazing what she has done. And I'm just so proud of her. And she's not the person she was back then. She's really seen what happened and the results of what happened. And she has a totally different outlook on life, a very positive outlook. And she's a joy to be with.
Yeah, I understand that. I think a lot of families go through this very same thing. Many.
It's been really difficult, really hard for everyone, you know, and it's just unbelievable, the progress and responsibility. And just to see, you wouldn't even know it was the same person. She's just wonderful.
Oh, I'm very happy for y'all as parents. I know how much that means. Stacey, I want to ask you a question. Your dad said that you work 6 days a week, and then also you got your bachelor's degree in college. So what did you get your bachelor's degree in, and what do you work so often in?
Oh, okay. So I got my bachelor's degree in management.
Okay.
But I work in a nail salon. So so that's why I work on the weekends. I have Tuesdays off. So
Okay.
so that's why I have something that I wrote.
Okay, please read it.
Okay. Thank you for taking time to hear me today. I take full responsibility for my past actions. I made choices that I regret, and I understand the impact they had on my life and others. Over the past several years, I have worked hard to completely change my life. I have been sober for almost 4 years, and I have been focused on building stability, rebuilding my relationships with my family, and maintaining steady employment. I recently earned my degree, and I'm hoping to use it to grow into a more stable career. However, my record has made it difficult to move forward in that area. The most important thing to me is being a good mother and creating a safe, stable life for my daughter. Receiving a pardon would give me the opportunity to move forward completely, continue growing, and to contribute more positively to my family and community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Very good. Good. Okay. Does anyone else have some questions?
I do. Stacey, in your record, I see, well, you, during your interview with the parole officer who did the investigation, we have a history of what you told him about your substance abuse. And
yes.
How did you get involved in substance abuse?
Well, it was a relationship with a guy, and he introduced me to drugs, and it just kind of spiraled from there.
Right. That's what I was trying to get at. So we talked about your daughter. How old's your daughter?
She's 10.
She's 10. And I see that you have some child support. You paying child support?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're working to, I see you're working to catch up on some of the
Yeah.
back child support you owe.
Yeah.
So there was a break in your substance use and abuse. So you had heavy use 2003 to 2007, according to the record. And then there was a break for 10 years.
Yes.
2007 to 2017. Then you got involved again with heavy use. So what triggered that for you to relapse? Yeah.
I got a divorce.
Is that the guy that introduced you to the drugs?
Yes. I got a divorce. Well, okay, so yes, he introduced me to marijuana at first. And then I got in trouble and went on probation and completed probation. And then I started dental assisting and everything. And then we got a divorce in 2012. And well, then I was still clean after that. I think, I don't know. I got back together with that guy. And so after we got divorced. And so he was on harder drugs then. And yeah, I just got sucked into that again.
Are you're divorced from him? I mean, that you don't have any contact with him? That's not the father of your child?
No. No, I believe he's in prison.
Okay.
So.
But you haven't seen him?
No, I haven't seen him.
Okay. All right. I don't have questions. Anybody else?
Okay. Real quickly, Stacey, how do you maintain your sobriety?
Okay, so I just work a lot and I spend a lot of time with my parents. And the main thing that's keeping me sober is my daughter, because I missed out on at least 6 years of her life. And so now that she's back in my life, I don't want to lose her again. So she's my reason for staying sober. I don't want to let her down or not be there for her. So that's how I stay sober.
All right, any other questions?
And why do you want this? Why do you want this pardon?
I think that the pardon would help when I'm looking for a better job. So my record looks a little bit better. So.
Yeah, I thought I read somewhere where dental hygienist school or something, or were you considering that, or?
Well, actually, I would like to use my degree to maybe do like dental office management.
Okay.
But if they, because I know the dental field, so I think that I could do that. But I think that my barrier is my record.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Are we prepared to vote? Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes. Today, I'm gonna vote for a pardon without firearms. You have a pardon without firearms with your parents, and you need, make sure, Stacy, that you stay in whatever helps you stay clean, because, drug addiction is something you'll fight the rest of your life. I'm sure people's told you that, and it's true. And it'll ruin your life. And I know you love your daughter, so my vote today is pardon without restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to recommend a pardon without restoration of firearms. This is kind of unusual for me to vote on one, and with this length of time, not enough time has passed, but I think that this is truly someone like yourself, a young person trying to move up the ladder, is being stifled by a past nonviolent conviction. You hadn't hurt anybody except yourself, and so that's my vote.
Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, I think you have great family support. I would suggest that you get a sponsor. But that's just a suggestion. In case you do come into some rough times, you'd have somebody to call that's been in your situation. But my vote today is to grant without firearms.
Mr. Till?
My vote today is going to be to deny due to law enforcement opposition.
Okay. And today, because it's a barrier to career advancement, is part to make the recommendation for a pardon, but without restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
So receive one vote that's not favorable, but 4 votes that were favorable to your request. So we can make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
Oh.
Are you gone?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon.
Cook. Hey, Mr. Spano. Mr. Cook, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and mailing address, please.
Yeah, my name is David Tyrone Cook. My mailing address is 2195 Highway 182, Racine, Louisiana, 70394.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Spano, as attorney, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Attorney Rhett Span on behalf of David Cook.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Cook, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman, seated to my far right. Your case has been assigned to him. So you are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were, convicted in Orleans Parish in March of 1996, 3 counts of armed robbery. You received a 15-year sentence on each count, and that was all run concurrently. And you completed that sentence, full term released in January of 2011. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Cook, I was assigned your case. First off, tell me, why did y'all rob the church's fried chicken? What was your part in it? And then tell me, what have you done since that time that you think you deserve this part?
At a young age, man, 2 co-defenders, we just needed money to bend knuckleheads, to trying to live up to everybody else in the neighborhood. So we robbed the church's chicken and wound up getting caught late on that day. And like I say, I'm very sorry for what I did. Remorseful for the trauma that I caused people that was in the restaurant. But like I say, I served my sentence and learned all this stuff till I was incarcerated. Learned some trades to try to better myself. And so on my release date, I came home. My brother and my father worked with me to try to get me a job. Then I wound up working offshore, then working my way up to being from a cook to a boat captain. And from that point there, just continue to try to live my life on a narrow path and stay out of trouble, not causing no more harm to anybody, to raise my family.
Okay, and I do want to note that this is the only rest on your rap sheet. And
Yes.
how old were you at that time?
20.
Okay, and you completed your sentence in 2011?
No, yes. I was released in 2004, yes, but since we've done in 2011, yes.
Was anyone injured in the
No one was injured.
robbery?
No one was injured.
Manager wasn't beat?
No.
The pistol?
No.
Okay, can you say it? Yeah, you sure he was?
Not to my knowledge, and no one was beaten. I did not hit no one with no pistol or nothing. My part in there, I just came in the place and I got the money.
All right. That's amazing that you started out as a cook and you're now a tugboat captain. That's pretty darn amazing, because I know how hard it is to become a captain. Matter of fact, it's kind of a fraternity. They don't let many people in there because they make a lot of money and it's a good job. So
yeah,
that part.
Thank you.
So, okay, I'm going to finish with our interview and then we'll let your attorney speak at the end if that's all right with Mr. Spano.
That's fine.
Okay, and you have 2 stepkids?
I have 2, yes, a stepson and stepdaughter.
Okay.
And both of them, they're up in age, they grown. So one out the house, one still in the house.
Okay, and you also have a son, correct? David Cook Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do want to state that one of your victims was unopposed, one of them was opposed, and one of them is now deceased. You did have some law enforcement opposition. How long did you actually serve?
It's 7.5 years.
I really have no other questions for you. I read your file. I do want to state that that was by far one of the best statements I've ever seen in a pre-pro. The statement that you wrote. You could tell it was from the heart, and you could tell that you had done a lot of thinking and put a lot of effort into that statement that you wrote us. Okay, I'll go now and allow Mr. Any of my other colleagues have questions before I allow Mr. Spano to speak?
I have none.
Okay, Mr. Spano?
Yes, sir. Thank you for opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Cook. When I first met Mr. Cook, I had a hard time believing that he was the person who committed this armed robbery. He definitely is a different person than he was at 20 years old, which is demonstrated by, his getting out of prison, getting to work, raising a family, staying out of trouble. I have his rap sheet here in front of me, and that is the only thing on there. During his incarceration, he made the most of his time. He's a person I guess you could look to as someone who used his time very wisely. He was lucky he met a mentor who recognized he was a young man that needed mentoring, and he accepted that mentoring, not just while he was incarcerated, but after that. He's done everything that a person should do, whether they've been incarcerated or not. This was 30 years ago. It's a long time, and he's a long way away from the person that he was. I don't believe that he's a person that'll reoffend in any manner. And I think that if the board gives him a recommendation or for clemency, he won't give them a reason to regret that decision.
All right, I have no further questions. I'm ready to vote when the panel is.
All right, I think we're ready to, oh, I'm
I
sorry.
want to find out, why do you want this pardon? Tell me concisely.
I just wanted to get my life back on track. In the position I'm trying to get on the job is in the government division, and I can't have nothing on my record to get in there. I had a couple of co-captains that I worked with before, and they in the government division, and it says a strict background check and stuff to get in. And one, he had to do the same thing that I'm trying to do to get in. So that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get it. So I could get into the government division on my job.
Okay, since 2011, have you ever been arrested?
No.
Any problems with the law at all?
Besides a traffic ticket?
No, that's over there.
No. No
Okay.
problem at all.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And you are for Edson West?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, as I stated, I'm pretty sure you know my vote. I'm very impressed with what you have done. My vote today is to grant, but I'm gonna go without firearms because of what the instant offense. But I do.
Mr. Tillis?
You've done okay. We do have law enforcement opposition. But my vote's going to be to grant, same as Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is going to be to grant, so that is Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
My vote is to grant without firearms because of the nature of why he's needing the pardon and because of lack of any involvement in law enforcement since 2011.
All right, and Mr. Cook, my vote is also to grant your request and make the recommendation for a pardon, but without restoration of firearms based on your need to have your record cleaned up, which because it's a barrier to your career advancement, and no other contact with law enforcement. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Hello.
All right. Let's see, we have Jamie Sanford. See Jamie.
Yes, I'm gonna, we were having problems with the camera. She went to go run to get a laptop. I'm gonna get her in 2 seconds. Right.
Okay, all right. Go.
Okay, great.
College course.
All right. Good afternoon. Ms. Sanford, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Sure. Name's Jamie Sanford, 1314 America Street, Mandeville, Louisiana, 70448.
Okay, thank you. And counsel, would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
I'm Dominic Latino and I'm representing Jamie Sammer today.
Thank you. And so I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis because Ms. Sanford's case was assigned to him. He'll take the lead on the interview. And we'll ask some questions and then we'll let you, Mr. Latino, wrap it up for us before we make a decision.
Thank you.
So Ms. Sanford, we have a DOC number for you, 714768. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish in September of 2016. You're for conspiracy to distribute heroin and conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute heroin. You received an 8-year DOC sentence. That was suspended. You were placed on 5 years probation. In September of 2018, that probation was revoked and you were sentenced to serve the 8 years on each count to run concurrently. Does all that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Tillis?
Good afternoon, Ms. Sanford. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Tell us what caused you to be incarcerated and be in the position you are now, please.
Sure. To be incarcerated, I started about 19 years old, got in a car accident, like normal. It sounds like the same story as most people. Got in a car accident, was prescribed Xanax, pain pills, and somas, and then slowly progressed from there. It escalated from pain pills. I think I was on pain pills for about, it was multiple years. And then eventually, Louisiana, I think, shut down all the pain clinics. And then I was going through withdrawals. I was unaware of, the help of how to get clean, tried over and over. Couldn't do it by myself. So when I was actually arrested, it literally saved my life. And then, so I did about 13 months in prison. And then I've been clean ever since.
Are you selling drugs?
No, sir. So I was part of a roundup in St. Tammany Parish. It was about 30 people that was arrested at the same time. I was a user, and they offered the plea deal, and I had to take it because 8 years sounded scary. So I ended up signing the plea deal, but I never profited off of drugs. I was just really lost, and my addiction was at the worst possible time. And I didn't know how to get out of the cycle. But every now and then, the people that I considered friends at the time, if they were sick, if they were going through withdrawals, I would help them out. At the time I thought it was helping. So that was where I was a little worried about, fighting it. So I just signed the plea deal. But I wasn't selling, I was just using. And then it was a long period, it was like 2 years. So during those times, I may have shared or sold a little bit, but I wasn't a dealer, if that makes sense. I know it sounds crazy, but
may I ask some questions?
Sure.
Can you tell the board, if you would, what it was specifically? How do you feel about the actions that you are in that addiction? Do you take accountability?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So I do. I take complete accountability for all of my actions, especially during my addiction. I understand now that I was making bad decisions, but at the time, I thought I was only hurting myself. I didn't realize I was hurting others. I have a son, and since I've been clean, we were really able to rebuild our relationship. But during the time, he was young, and I always thought I was going to get clean. I always thought, he was too young to remember, and he was. But I'm getting off topic. I guess I do take accountability for my actions. I shouldn't have, I absolutely understand what could have happened by sharing the drugs, by thinking I was helping people. I get it. I understand. At the time when you're in that circle, the worst thing is withdrawals. And so seeing someone else sick, I just at the time thought I was helping. But I understand now that that could have been, you know, I could have really, someone could have OD'd and we'd be in a whole different, you know, scenario now. So
How did incarceration save your life?
it saved my life. Incarceration saved. So when I was arrested, fentanyl just hit the streets. I had no idea what it was. And I would not be here today if I wasn't arrested the day that I was arrested. When I went to prison, I took all the classes. I graduated Celebrate Recovery, which is the 6-month class. I got my GED. I did everything that they were offering. I took the classes. It's changed my life because I didn't realize what I was missing. My life, I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful that, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I'm so thankful for the judge and the DA that put me in jail. And it's only because I was able to build a relationship with my son, and I was able to, you know, work a normal job. And before I was just, it was constant. I was miserable. I couldn't function without the drug. So living today, being able to live a normal life, I'm grateful.
How long have you been clean?
It's been nearly 8 years.
8 years. And were you out on parole one time?
No.
I'm sorry, probation.
Oh, yes. Okay. So when I was I'm sorry, I'm rambling because I'm nervous. So I feel free to stop me at any moment. But yes, so I was arrested. We worked through the court system. I was out for about a year, but I started using again. I think I did about 11 days in jail initially.
What year was this?
This was 2017.
Okay, and this is before you went back, you went in for your stint.
Right, exactly. So they put me, we worked our way through the court system. I signed the plea deal about a year later. Then they put me on drug court, and I wasn't clean, and didn't know how to get clean. I kept telling myself I was gonna go to detox and, you know, turn myself in, but I ended up moving to the South Shore and started dating a guy moved in with a guy that I had been seeing who was also a user. It was just a bad circle. And stayed there until probation and parole came and got me and took me to jail. And I did that's when I did the 13 months. So I absconded for, I think it was like a year, something like that. And during that time, my addiction was just getting worse. I was scared to leave, didn't drive anywhere, didn't work. I ended up losing, I probably weighed about 100, not even 100 pounds. It got bad when they finally came and arrested me, which is why I say that it saved my life. But I was lost. I was a mess.
The revocation was based on absconding?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, what kind of work do you do now?
I work for a law firm. So before my addiction got really bad, I also worked for a law firm, and I worked for an engineering firm for 7 years. But then now I work for a law firm. Dominic's my boss, and but I mostly run the title company. I work for the title company. We do real estate closings, and I help with his law firm.
How long have you been doing that?
5 years.
I have no more questions.
So your request for the need for the pardon is you're trying to get a notary?
That's part of it. Yes, ma'am.
What's the other part?
Oh, well, also because I would like to get it off of my record. I feel like I've really, I've served my time and I've paid back to the community and I volunteer and I feel like I've lived 8 years clean, sober, and a normal life. And so it's that last barrier that I just need to cross to completely forgive myself for, I'm hanging on to all the guilt and the shame. And so,
Yeah. So how do you stay sober now? Do you go to meetings? Are you part of a group or you just what?
so I did that for the first, I did that for a while, for years. But then I stopped going. The meetings were just keeping me in that reminder mindset. I help people. I keep, everyone in my life is very aware. My boss is aware. My friends are aware. I have other friends that are in recovery that I help them whenever they, are in situations where, I have a friend that was an alcoholic, but so for now, I'm not in any meetings, nothing like that. But I do just remind myself of what I went through, and I know that if I ever go back, I won't survive. I won't come out of the other end, and it scares me to death. So I just stay clean and I keep to my routine and I hold myself accountable every day.
Okay. Mr. Latino, you want to wrap it up for us, please?
No, I want to ask a little
I'm
question.
sorry.
You say you do volunteer work. What kind of volunteer work do you do?
So my son was in school and he was in wrestling. So everything when it came to the school and his sport. Also, there's a Baptist church near me. When whatever they need, we had a hurricane Ida. We handed out hot plates. Helping with they do little garage sale things where everyone gets together and I help and try to anything that anyone needs. We also help with realtors. I help them put their signs out and any.
That's above and beyond the job description. It's true. You help.
Mr. Latino, you want to wrap it up for us?
Sure, certainly. So my partner and I started Column Title. I own Column Law Firm. And one of the things we did when we about 5 years ago, first off, in my practice, I've also handled a lot of some defense work as well, a lot of defense work. So I've seen some very good people who try to work the way and get themselves better. When we interviewed, my partner and I interviewed for clerical help, just very basic clerical help back 5 years ago. Jamie Sanford was one. She was very open and honest with us. And we said, okay, we're going to give somebody a chance because we always have. We give second chances to people. She has come in and she has absolutely been an incredible employee for us. She has turned around and helped us get ourselves a little more organized to the degree and has progressively grown within the company in terms of responsibility, where she runs the operations of our title company. And like she did say, she helps us on the law side. Now, one of the volunteer work that she doesn't, that she does and she helps us is with Southeast Louisiana Legal Services. I do quite a bit of volunteer work there. So she helps us with some of the people, some of the less fortunate people, help them with some of their family crises and things along those lines. So she assists me with this quite a bit. And she does this on her own time. And a lot of times at night when she's at home, she helps me get some of the files organized, whether we get some things done. So she doesn't give herself enough credit for that type of work that she does. She also is like one of the things that she has she, since the time I've known her, has been a very doting mother and has been heavily involved with her son. Now I've watched that boy go from us, but maybe once a month he comes in to see his mom and to check and to to come in and say hi to his mom because she sees him every night. But he's always going to a workout club that's real close to where our office is. So he always stops by just to touch it and chit chat, talk to his mom on a regular basis. And so every night he'd go home. Every night she was there volunteering. So I've seen that boy grow up and become an absolute outstanding citizen that with her guidance and is currently serving in the United States Marine Corps, just to give you an idea of that type of quality of a person. Now, that being said, she is a team builder, a team leader, and she works very well within our organization. She's an outstanding individual. So if I did not know, for example, her past and her open and honesty with it, you would never suspect anything with this. So she dedicates herself to coming through, and she would be a big asset for us if she could get her notarial, if she can get this part so we can make her a notary and get her progressing into actually managing perhaps an entire area of the state that we want to expand into. She also wants to take college courses. So I've never seen her this nervous, to be honest with you, than when she's sitting here. But she also wants to take additional college courses that we've already started looking into Southeastern as well. So to see somebody want to continually grow like that is just outstanding. So I highly recommend her for a pardon.
All right, thank you, sir. Does anybody have any?
I'd like to go to executive session, please.
We have a motion by
I'll
Mr.
second.
Tillis, second by Mr. Freeman for executive session to discuss confidential matters. Is there any opposition? All right, stand by, Ms. Sanford. We're going to be in executive session for a few moments to discuss some confidential matters. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Oh my God, I was so nervous. I just kept rambling.
All right, I have make a motion that we return to regular session. Is there?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Prater. Any objection? All right, so we are back in regular session. It's 2:07. Mr. Tillis, are you prepared to vote?
Yes. My vote is to grant without firearm.
Ms. Stapleton,
My vote is to grant without firearm.
Mr. Prater,
My vote is to grant with firearms. You've been working the same place for 5 years. You need this for career advancement. You've not been involved in any kind of violence at all. And I think that it's you're an appropriate candidate to do this, and I would advise you to ask for a pay raise. Having heard your boss talk so good about you.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur, grant without firearms.
okay, my vote would be like Mr. Prater's to recommend the pardon with the restoration of firearms. I'm impressed by what has been the strong support of your employer, the work that you've done, and your acknowledgement of the success of the prison system saved your life. You know, that's impressive. So you've received a unanimous vote for the pardon, so we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. But the majority has voted that that recommendation be without restoration of firearms. So the recommendation will be the pardon without restoration of firearms. Good luck to you. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you turn on your camera?
Yes, ma'am. Let me figure that part out. Give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. As the host says, you just start. Okay. Now let me see. How do I?
We see you now. We see you.
Oh, you see? Okay, great.
Okay, we got you. So, Miss Adams, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and mailing address.
Okay, what is this? The host has asked you to start your video. Okay. All right.
You're good.
My name is Shirley Adams, and you said my address?
Yes, ma'am.
My address is 7019 Buford Way, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71129.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And so you are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a misdemeanor offense, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were, you had, let's see, in February 1980 in Caddo Parish, you were sentenced for aggravated assault, and you received 1 year of unsupervised probation, right?
Yes, ma'am. I know I received probation. Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Adams, today your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, seated all the way to my left. Would you answer his question?
Hi, how are you this afternoon?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. Hope you're well.
Good. Tell us what happened in 1980.
Well, I was in and out of my home. I was living in an apartment at the time. I I left home and I came back to get something, but I had someone in my home. And when I left to go run my errands and so forth, I guess the car triggered me because the persons that were in my home, their vehicle was already somewhere else. And I've just started my mind to clicking who else was at my house or that car that I'm familiar with. I had seen and should not have been at my house, perhaps was at my house. I just started over calculating and overthinking. And from that, I decided to get out, did something I should not have done, saw the car, get out, and go and ask the person, had they been at my home? There were a lot of cars, in the apartment complex. And I decided to ask, had this person been at my house or were you in my house? I didn't see them in there, but I thought maybe they could have been in there because I was in and out, that maybe they hid from me or something of that nature.
Did you have a piece with you?
I had my purse with me, and it was inside my purse.
It was inside your purse?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't take it out?
I never took it out of my purse. The actual me asking had the person been to my house, I would say it was less than 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, because I can't remember asking for anybody. They opened the door and it was several people that were standing in the that particular front room. I stood maybe a few feet, maybe 2 steps from the doorway.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Any questions?
No question.
I have
No question.
And I want you to know that, Ms. Adams, in the record, there is no expressed opposition to your request today. So I think we're ready to vote. Ms. Tillis?
Okay.
My vote is to grant with firearms.
Ms. Stapleton?
Grant with firearms.
Mr. Prater?
Grant with firearms.
Grant with firearms, been crime free for over 40 years.
And my vote is the same, to make the recommendation for pardon with the restoration of firearms. So Ms. Adams, we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, ma'am.
I appreciate it. You all enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Well, good. So tell us your name and your mailing address, sir.
My name is Terry Washington, and my mailing address is 1835 Parker Road, Carrollton, Texas, apartment 11208,
All right, and what's your zip?
75010.
And you've had a long day today, haven't you?
I've been watching you guys all day.
I know, we're glad to see you too. So listen, I'm going to just real quickly go through it, and Ms. Stapleton may have some questions for you. So you're seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Bossier Parish, February 2008, possession of marijuana. You received a 60-day parish jail sentence. Then in December 2011, a second offense, possession of marijuana. You received a 2-year hard labor sentence, and that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mrs. Stapleton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Washington.
Good afternoon.
Well, I can tell you, I've got here no problem. So you met all the requirements. You've been clean for a good cleansing period. It was so I don't see a problem. And you're asking for pardon with restoration of firearms. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I don't have a problem. Does anybody else have a problem?
Any questions?
I have a question, straightforward.
No violence in your history at all?
No violence. Once got a little altercation in Shreveport, but it was me trying to separate a fight, and
That's good.
someone
All you need to say.
So listen,
You're good.
I see that you, just for the record, we want to note that your wife, Ms. Shamira Brown, is here. A friend is Von Scott also is here in support, but I think we're in good shape. We're prepared to vote.
Okay. Yeah, you have no opposition from law enforcement. So my vote today is to grant you a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
I concur, grant a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
I concur, grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis.
Grant with firearms.
And my vote also is to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thanks for waiting around.